Doubtless, our stories are what drew him in. This was the first real Halloween after our town lifted the COVID restrictions, and most of us were taking advantage of it. My friends and I were probably a little too old to trick-or-treat, but it didn't really matter to us. We made some last-minute costumes and we went out to join the kids, though I don't think any of them were fooled. We were 13, nearly ready for high school, but they filled our pillowcases nonetheless. Rich was some kind of cowboy. Hank, a car crash victim with some red paint and a little makeup, and I threw on a long cloak from my old sister's costume trunk and some fake vampire teeth to make me look particularly ghoulish, and the three of us had hit the street. The candy was secondary anyway, and we all knew it. Halloween fell on Friday this year, you see. That meant we could go eat our candy at the fire pit once we were done. And our parents probably wouldn't expect us home till late. The fire pit was a common spot for us to go to when the weather was good. When we were lighting a fire, telling ghost stories around it, usually roasting marshmallows or hot dogs to go along with the tales. It was something we looked forward to, and it wasn't something we got to do in a while. So with our parents' blessing, we put our pillowcases over our shoulders and stalked into the woods that surrounded the cul-de-sac where we lived. The rains had been light this year, and after collecting up some branches and getting a fire going, we set about starting our stories as the round Halloween moon hung overhead. Rich had just begun a story about a group of kids camping in the woods on Halloween, when he suddenly stopped and squinted into the trees. "What?" asked Hank, clearly smelling mischief as he tossed the stick of a blow-pop into the fire. "I could have sworn I just saw something," Rich said, "like a fairy fire or something." I turned to look, thinking he was building tension for his story, when I saw it too. It was like dancing candles, the shapes bouncing and jouncing in the dark, and the closer it came, the easier it was to recognize. It was too cohesive to be fireflies, and too consistent to be anything but what it was. The closer it came, the more I could make out the familiar shape of a jack-o'-lantern, though the realization did little to put me at ease. Unless it was being carried by a ghost, then someone had to be holding it, and the idea of some random person wandering in the woods at night was a little off-putting all on its own. The owner of the pumpkin turned out to be an old tramp who smelled as if he had bathed in cheap liquor. He came swaying out of the woods, singing a slurry song as he came. We all hunched a little, as we hoped he would pass us by. The call of the fire turned out to be a little too much for him, though, and I caught the last remains of his song as he crunched into the clearing. "And stingy Jack was turned away, for nary heaven or hell did want him, but Satan lit a friendly face, so a smile would go afore him." He sang out the last line as he came to the fire, plopping down on the log as if it had been left there for him. He was dressed in shabby cast-off clothes, the pants cuffs full of cockleburs, and the shirt covered in stains. His burnt orange hair had grown into his beard, and it was hard to see much of his face through the tangle. He sat the jack-o'-lantern in his lap, the gourd having a handle through it, strangely, and nodded at the three of us as we stared mistrustfully at him. "Afore an evening to you. Didn't mean to startle you. I thought this fire might be unoccupied, but I see I was mistaken. You wouldn't mind sharing a tale of two with old Jackie now, would you?" His accent was very thick, thicker than I'd ever heard in my whole life, and three of us just stared at each other before shrugging. There didn't seem to be any harm in the old fella, and maybe he had a tale or two to tell as well. It was kind of novel to have someone else who might tell a story, and we told him he was welcome to listen if he wanted. Rich continued his story about the three kids camping on Halloween, and how the mysterious whistler who tormented them had finally driven them crazy. Rich even whistled a little in a few parts, and we were all pretty spooked by the end. I cast a glance at our stowaway, but he just sat placidly on his stump with his beetle-black eyes twinkling, the tangle of his beard and his pumpkin winking in the slight breeze. "A fine story," he said, looking across the fire at the rest of us. "Anyone else got a good tale? Nothing I like more on Halloween than a good yarn." Hank tossed a Jolly Rancher into his mouth, and around the slight lisp of the dissolving candy against his cheek, he told a story about a kid who hated jack-o'-lanterns. As Hank's story went on, I found my eyes glued to the old fella as his smiling eyes took a distinctly downward cast. He clutched his pumpkin tightly as Hank talked about how the boys had smashed them, all in the service of the Green Man, and he didn't seem to care for that much. I suddenly wondered how long he'd been toting that pumpkin, and whether it was an actual gourd or some kind of prop. His bearded face twisted when Hank mentioned the Green Man, and I began to wonder if it was a legend that he was aware of. Rich did a little golf clap as Hank finished, but the old vag was still clutching his pumpkin like he might try to steal it. This Green Man, have you seen him around these parts? Hank laughed. Of course not, sir. It's just a story. Nobody really believes in the Green Man. He's a legend, one that we tell to scare each other. The old man nodded at Hank, but to me, it looked condescending. It was the same look that little kids give you when you tried to tell them there was no Santa Claus. It was a look that said, sure, that's what you say, but we know better, don't we? He loosened his grip on his gourd, turning to me as if to ask if I had a story for him too. I guess I do, I said, though it's not a very scary story. Psst, Rich said. Hey, what kind of story is it? We all told spooky ones, so this one better be something awesome if it isn't scary. The old man was looking at me with interest, too, as if he knew exactly what I might tell and was excited to hear it. It's an old story that my gran told me when I was little. She used to tell it to me while we were carving pumpkins, and it's supposed to be from the old times. You know, it's about a man named Stingy Jack and how he's the reason for jack-o'-lanterns. Rich rolled his eyes, but one look at the old fella showed me that I had his undivided attention. It's also about how he tricked the devil, not once, but twice. That had his attention, and Rich leaned back as he looked over, nodding for me to continue. The old man was nodding too, and I smiled as I started my story. Stingy Jack was supposed to be one of the most skinflint drunks in the village that he lived in. He never bought any new clothes, he didn't take care of his property, and he was a sot drunk every day, including Sunday. He was not held in high regard by the townspeople, but as little they liked him, none could argue that Jack was clever. He never wanted for whiskey or money, and his deals and bets often set him against the townspeople. It was widely believed that one day he would come to a sticky end, and one day his reputation caught up with him. So you see, the devil had heard of his cleverness and how his trickery might rival even his own. So he came to Earth to try and weasel the old drunk out of his soul so he could claim his cleverness for his own. Jack was sleeping beneath an old tree when the devil appeared before him. And even half asleep, he was formidable. He begged the devil to grant him one request before he took him to the underworld, and when the old imp asked what it was, he said he wanted one last drink at the local tavern. My friends were listening, but it was more out of polite interest. The story had no monsters, murderers, or any of the usual scary story fare. They were getting a little bored with my grandma's Irish folk tales. They, however, were not the ones I had been targeting with the tale, and the old man was leaning forward on his log, and was close enough I was worried his beard might catch a light. So, one drink became two became too many, and soon the devil was well and truly drunk. So when Jack passed him the bill, "What use do denizens of hell have for money?" he asked. The barman standing back in fear as the old demon raged. Jack, however, had an answer. "May not turn yourself into a gold piece, then we can be paying this one in full, and ye can be taking me on to the fiery underworld." So the devil did just that. He turned himself into a fat gold piece. But before the barman could scoop it up, Jack had popped it into his pocket right next to his mother's rosary. The devil writhed and begged, wanting to be free of this prison, but Jack told him that he wouldn't let him go unless he promised to spare his soul for another 10 years. The devil agreed to this deal hastily, and Jack took the coin and tossed it from him as far as he could. The devil had been bested, but he didn't fret. What was 10 years to him, after all? He could wait on Jack's soul a little longer. And he returned to hell to wait for the deal to be over. I didn't bother to look at my friends, but had eyes only for the strange old man. He was the best audience I'd ever had. Looking intently at me, his grand tail unwound like an old soft yarn. So, 10 years went by, and the devil returned to, once again, collect Jack's soul. He found him sleeping beneath the same tree, having aged not a day from the last time he'd seen him. He told Jack that today he would repay his debt, but 10 years had done nothing to dull Jack's cleverness. He begged the devil once again for a single boon before he took him to hell, an apple from the tastiest tree for his final meal. Satan was hesitant, to say the least. But he could find no trap here, so he climbed the tree to get the apple. It was late season, however, and the only remaining apples were at the very top. As he climbed up the thick old branches, this gave Jack plenty of time to carve a cross at the bottom of the tree, trapping him up in the boughs. So the devil cursed and rallied to the man, begged and pleaded, and finally offered him riches beyond measure. Jack, however, only wanted one thing. I paused, letting the suspense draw out a little, though I suspected it was just for the haggard old man. He wanted to never again be bothered by the fallen angel or any of his ilk, and to never be in danger of his soul going to hell again. The devil again rallied and threatened and begged and pleaded, but in the end, he surrendered and gave the old man what he wanted. He went back to hell the loser in yet again another exchange, but Jack's victory, and his luck, was not the last. The old man sat back a little, clearly not looking forward to the rest of the story. He liked tales of cleverness all well and good, but it appeared this part might be a sore subject for him. I suspected even more now that I knew what had brought him to the fire, and it was something else that Gran had told me on the porch when I was just a tyke. He was not a young man, and when he died of natural causes not long after, there was the question of where he would go. I mean, he could not go to heaven, for he had not lived a godly life, but he couldn't go to hell because of the deal that he'd made. So Jack was forced to walk the earth. But the devil gave him something to remember him by. He gifted him a coal of hellfire and a gourd to carry it in. So stingy Jack walked the earth for all time with that gourd to light his way. And the face it carries has become the pumpkin that we all carve to ward away the devil should he come to our homes some Halloween night. There was silence after the story ended, and the wind rustled the leaves as we all sat watching the homeless man. He sat like a statue, grinning behind his beard as the pumpkin flickered ghoulishly. Were the flames a little bit too green? It might have been, but I couldn't be sure. The leaves made a skeletal sound in the wind as a knot popped in the fire. It brought us all back to our senses. Not really scary, Rich said, but it was interesting. How about you, sir? Got any stories you'd... But he stopped as he looked dumbfounded at the place where the old man had been. The log was empty, save for a pumpkin sitting on it. I kept that pumpkin, taking it home and keeping it well past the Halloween season. It burns in my windowsill now, and the ghostly glow casts long shadows up my wall. I don't know why I told that story. It was one that I hadn't thought of in years, but it seemed fitting. Somehow, and I don't know how, I think I knew who it was that sat by the fire that night, and decided to remind him that there are people who remember him. And Gran certainly did, often telling the story when I was a kid. And Stingy Jack was one of her favorite stories to tell us, so we gathered around the fire for a tale. She always told us that if we should see him around our fire, that it was best to flatter creatures of the hereafter a little, so they wouldn't haunt us for long. Watching the ghostly flames dance on the wall as I write this, I guess he was pleased. He walks these halls with steps like dripping water, His bloated hands are as purple as rot in dark places. He passes through the walls with the damp and chilly air. If I die in here, it wasn't sickness. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't suicide. It was him. The note was stuck on the bottom of the bed. I only found it because I was looking for a way to rip a piece off the frame to hurt myself with. I was going through a very dark time in my life, and it was about to get darker. I'd been admitted to the Pine Hill Mental Hospital after my breakdown in mid-January, but I suspected that it always felt like winter at Pinehurst. The corridors were cold and drafty, and the thick, dusty windows made the skies outside seem perpetually gray. With their stressed expressions and exhausted, shambling walk, it was hard to tell the staff apart from the patients. Pinehurst Mental Hospital was a place where society dumped the people it was ashamed of, then conveniently forgot them. I couldn't have said why I kept this odd little note. It felt like a good luck charm, or at least a reminder that somebody out there had been crazier than I was. Until the night I was woken by a strange sound like dripping water. I sat up in the blue darkness, listening as it passed by my door and entered the room next door. It took my sleep-addled brain a moment to realize what was so wrong about that fact. The door had never opened. Whatever it was just suddenly inside the room next door. The walls in Pine Hill were thick stone, but noise traveled in the place, like the man across the hall who'd laughed for days straight until his throat was so raw that he fell silent. Or the old woman to my left who moaned in her sleep. But from the room to my right, I'd barely heard a sound. Until now. "Hello?" a husky voice asked. "Who are you?" Drip, drip. Silence. "What are you doing in my room?" Tiredness had been replaced by fear. "Hey, say something!" There was no reply but the echo of droplets hitting the floor. Then, the strangling sounds began. It was like the person in the room beside me was choking on their own tongue. I frantically pressed the panic button with no result, but the desperate clicking of plastic. Drip. No more noise came from the adjacent room, but I had an awful feeling something was listening. I let go of the panic button and shut my eyes tight. I woke to the squeaky wheels of a gurney. A body was being removed from the room beside me. If I die in here, it wasn't sickness. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't suicide. He passes through the walls with the damp and chilly air. His bloated hands are as purple as rot in dark places. He walks these halls with steps like dripping water. "God, I hate this month," an orderly grumbled from the hallway. "Why'd you think they always punch their ticket in February, huh?" "Fuck if I know," his partner snorted. "Nasty, dreary weather, no holidays. Start of another miserable goddamn year. Take your pick." My heart was racing. Had I just hallucinated the awful events of the night? Or was there something more to the note I found under my bed? As I waited for my session with the chief psychiatrist, Dr. Harlow, I wondered which was more terrifying, not being able to trust my own mind or whatever haunted the halls of Pine Hill Mental Hospital. Dr. Harlow was a white-bearded, muscular man who reeked of optimism and clean living. Up close, I would have sworn that he smelled like the organic vegetables section of the supermarket. He shook my hand and flashed a bright smile before our session. Considering how gloomy the hospital was, I wondered how he pulled it off. The man's cheerfulness bordered on the delusional, but he didn't miss a trick. "We've been talking about the events that led to your admission to Pine Hill, but you seem distracted. How are you adjusting to your stay here?" "It's a big change," I admitted. "I was always the strong one, the one who never complained, and I guess I just never imagined that I could end up here." We each have our own cross to bear. Dr. Harlow smiled and tapped the rim of his wheelchair. Often it's not the one that we would have expected. He didn't sound like he bought my story. Looking at the metal cage around his leg, I wondered what had happened to the guy. If anything bothers you during your time with us, Dr. Harlow went on, remember that I'm always listening. It was only later, back behind the locked door of my room, that the good doctor's final comment might have meant more than it seemed. Dr. Harlow held the keys to my freedom from Pine Hill, but as long as I was there, I had bigger problems, like Big Bill. Big Bill was a huge nurse who seemed to take my mental illness personally. I didn't know whether I reminded him of someone he hated or he just didn't like my face, but whatever it was, he seemed to enjoy making me hurt. When he drew blood, I watched him smile evilly as he missed vein after vein on purpose. He'd rough handle and shoulder check me every chance he got, and I wasn't the only one. He left a scrawny teenager locked naked in the shower room until his lips turned blue and he was shivering too much to stand. When I complained to Nurse Avery, one of the kindest orderlies, she just sighed. Big Bill's the nephew of some board member or other. Even the psychiatrist can't stand the guy, but there's nothing we can do. The scrawny teenager approached us, shamelessly eavesdropping on our conversation. Can I help you, Harrison? Avery rolled her eyes at him. Yeah, the teenager sniffed. Actually, I think you can. You do the schedules, right? That's very perceptive of you. Avery nodded. Can you put Big Bill on the night shift? I guess I could. I'd probably catch hell for it, though. And are you sure you want to risk being alone with that guy at night? I mean, even during the day, the rest of us can barely hold him back. Just a week or two. That's all I ask. By then, I'm sure Bill's board member uncle will have blown up at you, and you have to apologize to those scumbags, but it would mean the world to me. I don't want to make an enemy out of Big Bill. Avery hesitated. Come on, Harrison begged. He pulled up his shirt to reveal a series of hideous purple bruises. Please. I knew Big Bill had found out about the shift change when I heard him roar and kick the crutches out from under the legs of the nearest patient. Harrison smirked. I didn't know what he was playing at, but as I rubbed the jab wounds in my arms, I hoped it worked. As cruel as Big Bill could be, I didn't envy him for his nighttime patrols. Even before I discovered the note, Pine Hill had struck me as an uniquely eerie place, especially after dark. The 100-year-old building creaked and groaned as it shed its renovations, and when the cold fluorescent lights flickered, it was easy to see things that weren't there. Big Bill whistled nervously as he completed his rounds, pausing only to make a single statement. When I find out which of you nut jobs is responsible for this, you're gonna wish you were never born. It happened 4 nights later. The fierce wind that had blown all day and the power had already gone out twice. The emergency lights worked, but it was dim. The wails and gibbering of some of my fellow patients when the lights went out made me think of a Bible verse from my youth. He will cast into the outer darkness, where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. It was driving Big Bill nuts. Shut up. Shut up! I could hear him beating on someone's door with his nightstick. Seconds later, his crazed face appeared in the square plexiglass window in my room. His eyes were wild, his face red from all the screaming. I could see clumps of spit and snot on his brown mustache. What about you, freak? You want some? Or are you gonna off yourself like my little brother? You freaks are all the same. Drip. Drip. It was the same sound as before. It was coming from right behind Big Bill. Through my small window, I watched huge purplish blue fingers coil around his neck. His eyes grew wide with surprise and slid out of focus as he collapsed. The coroner ruled his death a heart attack. The next day, there was a memorial poster in the cafeteria for William Big Bill Coombs, mentor, caregiver, and friend. Harrison was caught scratching the faces off a few of the smiling photos. When the orderlies released him, I took him aside for a hushed conversation. "How'd you know?" I demanded. "Know what?" Harrison scratched his neck and looked away. "Come on, Big Bill. That weird dripping noise, I found a note beneath my bed about him." Harrison was panicked before I'd even finished speaking. He crouched down, eyes darting all around him as though he expected some awful thing with rotten blue hands to come crawling out of the ceiling tiles. "Shh," Harrison rasped. "He's always listening." The orderlies watched suspiciously. I tried desperately to get Harrison to calm down. I might never have another chance to find out what he knew. "Look, it's daylight. We're in the cafeteria. Lots of people around. He can't hurt you here." I took a deep breath. Who or what is he? I call him the February Man. He always comes around during this month, and when he does, people die. Harrison scratched his neck a lot. Oh, sure, the deaths usually look natural, or at least unexplainable, but they're not. Not at all. Haven't you told anyone? I've been in here 6 different times now. Who's gonna listen to me? Besides, Harrison lowered his voice. I'm afraid I'm next. If I don't get out of here soon. During my session with Dr. Harlow that evening, I pleaded Harrison's case. Don't you think it's possible that being in here hurts people more than it helps them? Like Harrison, for instance. He's convinced there's some murderous ghost haunting Pine Hill, and having to deal with that on top of all the other issues he's facing. I trailed off. We all want Harrison's suffering to end. Dr. Harlow rolled over and squeezed my shoulder kindly. But it isn't going to happen out there. He needs treatment. The doctor stroked the metal cage on his leg thoughtfully. I still appreciate you bringing this to my attention. It's a sign that you're making progress. I may be able to sign your release papers before long. My heart leapt in my chest. The prospect of getting out, of going back to pick up the shattered pieces of my life, was thrilling and terrifying at the same time. Have you heard anything else about this ghost of Harrison? Harrison, well, he calls it the February Man. He says that's when it kills. He says it has rotten purple hands. It can walk through walls. Fascinating. Dr. Harlow chuckled. Well, I suppose I'll have to bring it up with the other patients who don't want a mass hysteria out of our hands. Come, we need to get you back to your room. It's almost time for lights out. Back in my room, I thought about Harrison. About how he'd been so sure that he was in danger. But how he'd stayed close to me ever since our conversation, like he was scared to be alone. Now he was locked up by himself in a dark room like I was. It was almost time for the February Man to start making his rounds. I shivered, rolled over, and fell into a dreamless sleep. I dreamt of dripping water, then woke to the sound of a squeaky wheel. The gurney. You know what happened to this one? An orderly was asking. He got a hold of some sleeping pills somehow. You know how that little corner of the room, the one where the camera can't quite see? Went back there, took him. They're gonna give us hell for this, his companion complained. I sat up in bed. Harrison. And what about these weird bruises on his neck, though? Let's just say he wasn't very popular with some of the staff. Remember Big Bill? The orderly laughed. My blood ran cold. Big Bill never hit patients where the bruises could be seen, which meant that Harrison's bruises were new. Probably from last night. I remember the final line of the note. If I die here, it wasn't sickness. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't suicide. It was him. The February Man. I know this is going to sound stupid, I told Dr. Harlow during our session that afternoon. But I think Harrison was onto something. The doctor lifted an eyebrow. I mean, I'm not saying it's a ghost or a curse or anything like that, but 3 deaths in 1 month? The winter months are always a rough time for us, Dr. Harlow sighed. Statistics bear out that these months are when excess deaths occur, and while these accidents are unfortunate... Harrison had bruises on his neck, I screamed. And I've been hearing things from the deaths, the weird dripping sounds. Dr. Harrison grabbed his legs until his knuckles turned white, grimacing. These delusions and loss of self-control are a most unsettling sign when regards to your progress. I don't care about my progress. People are dying. I sprang to my feet in a rage. 2 orderlies burst in and dragged me, raving, back to my room. They weren't gentle. Then again, neither was I. The worst part was, Dr. Harlow was right. I had lost control. If I couldn't trust myself to express my emotions without getting violent, how could I trust my memories of what I thought I'd heard stalking the nighttime hallways at Pine Hill? I'd just blown my best shot at freedom, and if these were delusions, they'd probably only get worse the longer I stayed here. They really worked you over, didn't they? Nurse Avery whistled when she peered through my window. Harrison didn't kill himself. You gotta believe me, it was... Shh, I'm on duty tonight. And I wanted to give you this. Glancing over her shoulder, she passed a square plastic remote through the door. This is one of the panic buttons we used back in the day. You're not supposed to have it, so keep it hidden. If anything weird happens tonight, you can call me, okay? I slipped the plastic remote beneath my hospital-issued shirt, too grateful to say thank you. It felt a lot less comforting after lights out. The drafty air blew over me like monstrous breath. Shadows seemed to move in the corners of my room, and then I heard it. Drip, drip. My breath caught in my throat. It was coming from inside the wall. The emergency light and camera on my wall suddenly went dead, and the wall beneath me opened like a hungry mouth. Drip, drip. In what little light reached in from the hall, I saw a pair of large, bluish-purple hands emerge from the blackness. It wasn't the rot of hell. It wasn't the rot of death I was looking at. It was surgical gloves. Drip. Creep. It wasn't dripping, I was hearing. It was creaking. The creak of a metal leg brace. Dr. Harlow limped through from the passageway behind the wall. You ended Harrison's suffering by killing him, I gasped. You didn't approve of Big Bill's methods, so you got rid of him, too, and the people in the room beside me. Another lost cause. Like Harrison. Like you. If you can't be cured, you don't deserve to spend your life trapped in your own mind. You deserve mercy. The needle glinted in his blue-gloved hand. I mashed the button Nurse Avery had given me. The plastic clicked. But no sound came. The panic button was old. When was the last time anyone had checked the batteries? Dr. Harlow's leg brace slowed him down. But I knew that if his huge muscular hands got a hold of me, it was over. There was nowhere to run in the tiny room. Footsteps hurried to my door. Surprise replaced ruthlessness on Dr. Harlow's face. He backed away towards the hidden door in the wall. Too slow. Nurse Avery burst through the door with 2 orderlies, who stared at Dr. Harlow with disbelieving eyes. The good doctor had been caught in the act. Between the cover-up, the chaos, and the whirling rumors, Harlow's replacement had a lot on her plate. She spoke to me only twice before signing my release order. I would be leaving Pine Hill Mental Hospital, a changed man, although perhaps not in the way that the February man had intended. Alright, so let me get this straight, says Mr. Sphinx. My boss has on a fuzzy violet bathrobe, a pair of matching slippers, and nothing else. If you saw him, you might think that he just rolled out of bed to deal with us, but this was what he always wears. Anyone who worked for him knows catching a glimpse of those wrinkled old man globes hanging between his legs is just a hazard of the job. Also, he's a homicidal maniac. That's a hazard too. I'm tied up in an office so gaudy, it looks like the interior decorator shoved a live grenade up Prince's ass and called it a day. Bound to a chair on the other side of the mahogany conference table between us is my friend Ty. He hacks and snorts, conjuring as much phlegm as he can from the back of his throat, then spits a wad directly at my face. We're not on the best of terms at the moment. The loogie catches my chin and dribbles down my shirt. He grimaces at me through a pair of hateful eyes. One of them is black and swollen. He's been roughed up pretty good. They both have. I wonder which one of us looks worse. We're in the basement of Sphinx's underground casino. I've only been down to this level a couple of times, but it always makes me uneasy. Usually I'm upstairs working as a card dealer. It's a lot less stressful on the casino floor. Not as much murder goes on up there. A revolver with polished gold side plates and an engraved ivory handle dangles casually in Sphinx's hand as he lectures us. I pray that it would accidentally go off while he's pointing it in my face, so that I'd be spared the sound of his smug little voice. Both of you have been in my employ for what, 5 years? Sphinx says. And all this time you've been stealing from me. The missing chips here, a fudge of the books there. You were careful enough to take only little things no one noticed, but over time, it added up to a nice lump sum, tens of thousands of dollars. I bet you thought you were pretty clever, huh? Well, you were. I was never gonna catch you. He stops to unscrew a vial hanging around his neck. The only thing Sphinx likes more than gloating is the rush he gets from all the junk that goes up his nose. He sprinkles some powder from the vial along the barrel of his gun, then has at it like an enthusiastic truffle pig. His head snaps back after he finishes his line as though he'd been zapped with 1,000 volts of electricity, and he gawks at us through a pair of big doe eyes. A few seconds later, he joins us back in the real world. Where was I? He muttered. All right. Things were going great until Big Dick Herman gives Ty's girl the old in and out. Dog, Herm. He shoots a wink my way. And Ty, little snake that he is, decides he'll frame the whole operation on Herm to get revenge. Like, really, Ty? Did you not think I'd have someone else look into the books you two have been cooking after you ratted out your pal? And I think, just a few days ago, you guys were on top of the world. The door opens and I can hear the faint jingle and clatter of slot machines upstairs. In walks two of Sphinx's goons carrying a roulette wheel they pulled from the casino floor. They place it on the table between Ty and myself, then exit the room without a word. Sphinx leans over and gives the wheel a spin. My, how the tables have turned. I glance around the room looking for an exit, but all I see are zebra print tapestries and velour curtains. This place is one heart-shaped bed and a few cum stains away from looking like some shady roadside love motel. On second thought, it probably has enough cum stains, but Sphinx was at least smart enough not to install black lights. Even if there was a way out, I'd still need to somehow get free of my restraints. My wrists are fastened tight with rope to the chair I'm sitting in, and my ankles are bound together to keep my legs from moving. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, Dr. Lunk! In walks a man I strongly suspect never went to medical school. He's 6'8", if he's an inch, and well over 300 pounds. He communicates in grunts, and there's a scar that runs all the way down the left side of his face, but that isn't even the most ominous thing about him. His lab coat would carry that honor. It's covered front and back in reddish-brown stains. I try to reassure myself that it's ketchup, and that Lunk is just a messy eater, but deep down I know that's wishful thinking. Here's the deal, Sphinx says. He waves his gun at us to make a point. I'm only going to kill one of you guys. How do you plan on doing that? Asked Ty. You going to make us stare at those shriveled little raisins you keep flashing us until one of us blows our brains out? Sphinx clicks his tongue. Ty's quip got under his skin, and that makes me start laughing. I can't control myself. Maybe it's the hopelessness of the situation. Maybe it's the last little bit of serotonin flushing itself from my brain before my body's filled with agony. Whatever the reason, the laughs flow from my mouth like a broken faucet, and I can't shut them off. Dr. Lunk leans over and clocks me. His fist feels like a sledgehammer, but it fixes the leak. I was actually thinking we'd play a little game of roulette. Sphinx gestures to the table. I'm going to spin the wheel 10 times. Each spin corresponds to a different body part that the good doctor here is going to amputate, mutilate, or grind to a pulp. Ty, you'll be red. Herman, you'll be black. If the ball lands on red after I spin this wheel, Ty, Dr. Lunk's going to remove your right index finger. If it lands on black, then, Herm, my good man, I hope you learn to shoot with your left hand. Whichever one of you has the most body parts at the end gets to work for me until you've paid back every penny that you stole. The loser, well, he aims the gun at me and mouths the word, bang. Sphinx leans across the table and spins the wheel. While every eye in the room is focused on the ball, I'm fidgeting to get myself untied. I twist and I turn my wrists, push and pull my arms, struggle until my biceps burn and the veins bulge in my forearms, but it's no use. The ropes are too tight and I can't slip free of them. I turn my attention back to the table. The ball rattles around the track, bouncing from pocket to pocket, and for a second I think God's playing some sort of cosmic joke. That the wheel's revolutions will never cease, and that the four of us are trapped in the moment, doomed to watch it spin for an eternity. This, however, is not to be, and if God is playing a joke, then I'm the punchline. Eventually, the ball does stop, and when it does, it's resting on 13 black. Sphinx is gleaming. You're up first, Herm. You think it'll be hard to shuffle cards with 9 fingers? I buck in my chair, but Lunk is able to subdue me easily. He wraps his meaty paw around my right wrist to prevent me from moving it. With his free hand, he takes a pair of shears out of his pocket. Carefully, he manipulates my digits until my finger is between the blades. No, I stammer. He doesn't listen to my pleas. A second later, the blades close around my index finger. It happens fast, but I feel every moment of the steel slicing through my skin, severing my tendons and crushing my bones. An inferno of pain burns white-hot from my wrist all the way to my fingernails, and I hear myself scream. When Lunk opens the scissors again, my finger is dangling, a few sinew strands of flesh still attached to my knuckle. He cleans me up with a second snip, and this time the finger falls to the floor. My body shudders and I let out a groan as blood begins to seep from the nub. Sphinx breaks out into laughter. Oh, calm down, you drama queen. And when he says this, he flops onto a violet chase at the end of the room. It's just a finger. You can't pick your nose and scratch your ass at the same time. It's not the end of the world. Sphinx snags the phone off the table beside him. Karina, my darling, he says into it. Your presence is requested in the office. The woman who answers his call is wearing a skin-tight leather bodysuit and fishnets. She's built like a telephone pole, tall and lean with her hair pulled back into a tight blonde ponytail. Her face is still, cheekbones sharp, as if rendered in a video game, but her lips are so plump she looks like she had an allergic reaction to a bee sting. She struts up to Sphinx, then sits gracefully in his lap. He strokes her cheek with the back of his hand, and if it wasn't for the Botox paralyzing her face, I'm sure she would have cringed. The strange woman then presents her neck to him like one of Dracula's victims, and within seconds, he's doing blow off of it. When he's done, he smiles to us. You like her? I won her in Moscow at a poker game. Got her off an arms dealer. Wanted in 48 countries. She doesn't speak any English. She understands it perfectly. Plus, she makes one hell of a... He licks his lips. Sex on the beach. I groan again, but I'm not sure if it's from the pain or secondhand embarrassment. As a matter of fact, he says to Karina, I could go for one of those right now. She rises to her feet. He pats her on the butt as she catwalks out of the room. You're down 1-0, Herman. Don't want to fall too far behind. He grabs hold of the wheel, but I call out before he has a chance to spin it. Wait, I said. That's enough. I'm done with this stupid game. Just let Ty go. The whole thing. This whole thing, ripping you off, it was all my idea anyway. I can't believe I'm saying this, and Ty looks just as surprised as I am. I think the guilt has caught up to me. Fooling around with your buddy's girl is a scumbag move. But even more importantly, I don't want to see Ty go through what I just did. Despite the drama between us, we've been through too much together, and I still love him like a brother. If one of us has to take the heat, might as well be me. Sphinx slams a fist down on the table. That's not how it works! It's weird watching a 61-year-old man throw a tantrum. If I let one of you go, then there's no point in playing the game. He grips the wheel and gives it a rip. Sphinx has time to do another bump off his gun as the ball rolls around. When it stops, it rests on 7. Red. Lucky number 7, he shouts. It's Ty's turn. Dr. Lunk lumbers over to him, scissors in hand. Ty jerks his body defiantly in his chair, but Lunk wraps his catcher's mitt-sized hand around his face and keeps his head stable enough to slide one of the scissors' blades up his nose. The muscles in my neck tense when I see what he's doing. There's an uncomfortable pause as Lunk allows time for Ty to think about what's about to happen. Then the scissors snip shut. The blades split his nostril in two. Ty grunts. His face snaps back and he curses under his breath. A ruby-red stream trickles down his face. The door opens and in struts Karina, carrying an orange cocktail, a hurricane glass. Sphinx takes the drink, picks a cherry out of the glass, pops it in his mouth, then frowns. This isn't a maraschino cherry. Before she can say anything, he chucks the glass. It shatters against the wall and frosty orange slush spatters everywhere. Make it again! Use the damn maraschino cherries this time! She turns to leave, but before she can, his hand springs out and snatches her around the arm. His face softens, as does his tone. Would the lovely lady care to spin the wheel before she goes? He asks. It's more of a command than a question, so Karina takes her turn at the wheel without objection. She watches in silence as the ball rolls around the track, and I wonder what's going on behind those cold, dead eyes of hers. When it finally stops, the ball is resting on 18. Red. Ties up again. Herman, it's 2-1 now. You're mounting a comeback, cheers Sphinx. He waves at Dr. Lunk to get his attention. Let's allow Karina to get in on the fun this time. The behemoth does as Sphinx requests and places the scissors in her slender hands. Karina sachets up to Ty and then extends a long leg over his thighs, straddling him. She points the scissors towards his belt buckle, teases and prods his groin, then runs them slowly up the front of his body. The scissors stop when they reach Ty's neckline, and one of the blades finds its way inside the collar of his shirt. In a flash, she slices upwards, tearing the shirt open and exposing his bare chest. I feel like I'm watching some kind of fucked up burlesque act. She leans forward, her red pouty lips just inches from Ty's, as she draws circles on his chest with her finger. Strangely sensual. Until it's not. Until her hand shoots out like the head of a viper and clamps onto his nipple. She twists, Ty grimaces, but the pain on his face receives no sympathy from her. She begins to pull. I wince as I watch it stretch for a couple inches from his chest, then a couple more. It turns from pink to red, to purple as blood vessels burst beneath the skin. Karina doesn't stop. She relentlessly pulls and yanks on it without any ounce of remorse. Ty's nipple is starting to look like saltwater taffy, and I wonder how much more give it even has before she tears it clean off. And just when I think it can't possibly stretch any further, the scissors slice upward. The movement is lightning quick, and by the time the blades have closed, Ty's nipple has been completely severed from his body. He lets out a surprised yelp and grinds his teeth as the pain settles in. Blood pours down his chest, much more than I would have expected. Everyone in the room watches in awe as Karina removes herself from Ty's lap. She hands Sphinx the pink rubbery trophy, which is somehow now reverted back to its original size, and then exits the room. Well, that was kinky, says Sphinx. He strolls up to Ty and slaps him on the forehead. When he removes his hand, the nipples stuck between his eyes like a unicorn horn. I struggle again in my restraints, blood dribbling from the stump of my index finger to my wrist, and I try to use it to grease my way out of the ropes. I twist and rotate my hand, but all I manage to do is give myself a gnarly rope burn. How about we go for a thumb next? Sphinx grins. He spins the wheel again. I'm starting to hate the sound of that ball rattling around the track. It's maddening. When the ball stops, it does so on black. I don't even know what number. Doesn't matter anyway. It's my turn again, and Sphinx looks elated by this fact. You just lost your right index finger, now you're gonna lose a thumb? How are you supposed to jack off, Herman? Lunk latches onto my wrist. I'm too tired for fighting with the ropes to mount any sort of resistance. I catch a glimpse of the crimson-faced shears and get a little woozy when I realize that at least some of the blood on those blades is mine. He goes to work on the base of my thumb, really digging into the meat of my hand. The sharpened edges sink deep into my muscle, lighting up my pain receptors like the sky on the 4th of July. The thumb doesn't come off as easy as my index finger did. Now, this time Monk has to chew it from my hand with his scissors. He opens and closes the shears dozens of times, making mincemeat out of my flesh. It takes a minute, but eventually he grinds through it. By the time he's finished, I'm sweating through my shirt. Weirdly enough, it feels like my thumb's still attached to my hand. But that a colony of fire ants has swarmed it. The stinging sensation is both confusing and excruciating at the same time. The wound bleeds worse than the index finger did. It gushes to the floor in heavy spurts, leaking all over the shag carpeting at my feet. I find at least some solace in the fact that I've ruined the hideous rug. Every nerve in my body is screaming, and now my vision's fading in and out. Such a pussy, Ty growls. For a second I think he's talking to me, but when I glance up he's staring right at Sphinx. Flash your gun around and act like a tough guy, but at the end of the day, you have your goons do all your dirty work for you. Is that what you think? Sphinx is sneering. It's like I'm watching his conversation from the other side of a tunnel. My body is wrecked. Sphinx puts the gun down on the table in front of me. I try to reach for it momentarily, forgetting my arms are tied to the chair, but I'm reminded very quickly of that when they don't budge. Sphinx demands Lunk hand him the scissors. Why don't I give it a go on this next turn? He says. He says some other stuff too, but it sounds like he's underwater. My vision goes black and my chin sinks to my chest. When the world comes back into focus, the first thing I notice is the gun still sitting on the table, taunting me. If only I could grab it, I would end this lunacy. I hear Ty screaming next, then a guffaw from Sphinx. That's enough to get me to start squirming in my seat. I once again work on pulling myself free from the ropes. There's smoke in the air. I could smell the tobacco. Sphinx has a cigar in his mouth now, something ludicrously priced, knowing him rolled by the soft and supple hands of Cuban's purest virgins. I'm not sure how much time I've lost. But before I'm able to dwell on that, I feel something that makes me almost shout with glee. My hand slid backwards, more than it had before. I found some space. When I look down, I realize why. The missing thumb and index finger have given me just enough clearance to slip what's left of my hand free of the restraints. I think about reaching for the gun, but hesitate. I only have 3 fingers. I don't know if I could even cock the hammer on the thing, much less aim it. Before I have the opportunity to try, Sphinx and his pet gorilla turn around. I slide my hand back between the ropes so they don't notice. My heart sinks. I just missed my chance to get out of here. Sphinx is holding Ty's ear. Guessing that's what all the screaming's been about. He notices unconscious again. How's your little nap, Herm? Any bad dreams? Tell me about it. Happy to lend an ear. He flips the ear in my face. It smacks me in the cheek, then lands on the floor. I don't know what's taking that girl so long, he says to Lunk. I want my drink. The goon leaves the room. It's just the 3 of us when Sphinx spins the wheel again. You know, the sad part about this is I actually liked you guys, he says. Yeah, that's funny. I never liked you, I spat back. Yeah, you pay like shit, says Ty. Why did you think we decided to steal from you? And just shave your head already, I said. Everyone could tell you're going bald. Sphinx laughs. He runs his fingers through his thinning white hair on top of his head as he puffs his cigar. For once, he's at a loss for words. There's a glint of anger in his eyes that he's trying hard to suppress. Even in his 60s, he desperately wants to look cool, and I think we hurt his feelings. Lunk returns by the time the ball stops. It's resting on 9. Black. My stomach twists itself into a knot. It needed to be read this time. There's no way I can get my hand on that gun with these two hovering over me. We're going to be pulling teeth, Sphinx says coldly. Anyone who's been in the same room as you already knows what that feels like. I fire back. Lunk removes a pair of pliers from his pocket, but Sphinx waves him off. No, he says. Scissors will do. He takes his time as he approaches, blood smeared across his bathrobe, a deranged look on his face. From behind me, I feel Lunk's hand wrap around my head. Sphinx leans over me. Open wide, he says. I keep my lips shut. But when he stabs at them with the end of the scissors, I can't help but part them. Lunk forces my jaw open. The scissors enter my mouth, and Sphinx begins to jab at my bottom incisors. He doesn't seem to have a plan other than chisel them out, with each thud of metal on bone. I can feel an electric jolt shoot through my jaw. The pain is undeniable. After a while, he opens the scissors up and begins prying at my teeth with them. He hones in on one tooth in particular, sandwiches it between the blades, and starts to saw at it. The pointed ends of the scissors dig into my gums as the blades grind on my tooth. I want more than anything to slip my hands out of my restraints and yank him off of me, if only for a moment of reprieve, but that wouldn't be a wise move. Not with Lunk holding my head. He could snap my neck in this position without so much as a second thought. Mercifully, a tooth comes loose. Sphinx snags it between his fingers, then wrenches it from my mouth. Looks like I did you a favor. He laughs as he holds the tooth up to my face. You have a cavity. His hand stretches out for his gun on the table. Can't let him pick it up. If he does, I'm screwed. Out of desperation, an idea forms in my mind. I purse my lips together like an angel atop a fountain, spit a stream of blood. It catches Sphinx in the face and causes him to drop his cigar. He jumps back, startled. After he wipes his eyes, he sees my gap-toothed smile. I'm gonna kill you, I said. He snarls. You just earned yourself another tooth. Sphinx shoves his scissors back in my mouth. He's even more wild and reckless this time. I try to focus on anything else but the pain, the smell of tobacco in his breath, the look of rage in his eyes, whatever will take my mind off what he's doing to me. The blades scrape against my gums and tongue, slicing up the inside of my mouth. He settles for a front tooth this time, damn near snips it in half, but manages to rip it from my gums. I groan and gargle as blood pools in the back of my throat. It was tied till Herm's big mouth made it 4-3, says Sphinx. He spins the wheel, then tosses my teeth in the air, catching them in his hand. That's what I call a toothful one. Now, whoever loses this next round's gonna get a snazzy new eye patch. I have two, so I don't have to see your junk anymore, asks Ty. Sorry, Ty, I say. Me too. He looks at me, and I can tell he means it. She wasn't worth it. It wasn't even the first time she cheated on me. Wish you and I settled things differently. I shouldn't have rolled over on you. Why don't you two shut up? Spouts Sphinx. He isn't happy when he's not the center of attention. It's only gonna get worse in these last rounds, boys. No Mr. Nice Guy. The ball rattles around the track, and when it stops, Sphinx laughs. 22! Red! Sucks to be you, Ty, he says. Ty sighs. I know he's tired. We both are. I want to tell him to hang in there, that I have a plan, but I can't draw more attention to myself, not while Lunk and Sphinx are distracted, not while the gun is still on the table in front of me. How about one more gander at these bad boys for that soon-to-be missing eyeball of yours, Sphinx says. He undoes his robe and shimmies in front of Ty. Lunk lowers the pointed end of the shears toward Ty's iris. He's screaming before it even pierces the lenses. But I don't blame him. While Sphinx and Lunk are fixated on him, I slip my right hand out of the restraints again. I pray that my 3 remaining fingers have enough strength and dexterity to untie my wrist. Pain pulses through my hand as I begin working on the knot, but I push it to the back of my mind. There's no time for that. Ty's screeching draws my gaze, and when I follow his voice, I see the scissors sticking out of his eye. Lunk twists the blades, impaling them deeper, scrambling the inside of his socket. I want to gouge my own eye out at the sight of it. But I have to stay focused. I won't have a better chance to get out of here. It takes longer than I would have liked, but eventually I manage to undo the other knot. With my free hand, I reach for the table. There's zero hesitation this time. Lunk removes the scissors from Ty's face. The remains of his eye hangs down the side of his cheek, a tangle of mutilated flesh and ocular nerves. That was fun! Cheers, Sphinx. Hey, asshole! I shout. I'm still standing in my chair. I didn't even bother to untie my legs, but that doesn't matter. We've got a gun, and they've got nowhere to go. Lunk and Sphinx whirl around, both faces wearing masks of blood and shock. I guess you didn't realize, I smirked. I'm left-handed. Lunk lunges across the table at me, but he has no chance. I squeeze the trigger and put a bullet in the center of his forehead. He collapses in a heap. The door opens, and in walks Karina, carrying a new drink and a service platter. She doesn't even notice Lunk on the ground until she closes the door behind her. I give her a bullet for her trouble, and the drink she's holding flies through the air before crashing to the floor. Sphinx makes like he's going to run, but I train the gun on him, and he realizes I'll shoot him down if he takes another step. I take my time to get the rest of me untied, then coax him into my seat. From there, I walk around the table and undo Ty's ropes as well. I peel the nipple off his forehead, put it in his pocket. You okay? I ask. He's in too much pain to hold a conversation, but he moans in what I can only guess is a reassuring tone as he nods to me. The two of us use the restraints to tie Sphinx up to the chair so he can't escape. What do you want? He says. Money? How much is it going to cost to clear up this little dispute between us? Actually, I said, I was thinking we could play a little game of roulette. Ty picks the shears up off the ground. So here's the deal, I say. I'm going to spin the wheel 10 times. Every time the ball lands on your color, my friend Ty's going to pick a body part of yours to amputate, mutilate, or grind to pulp. I pull open his robe and gesture to his pathetic manhood. This looks like a good place to start for round one. Wait, says Sphinx. Don't spin the wheel. We can talk about this. I lean down and give the wheel a spin. You're not really going to do this, he begged. I'll give you money. We laugh the idea off. The longer the ball rolls around the track, the more Sphinx begins to panic. It's fun listening to him ramble. What color? He shouts as the wheel begins to slow. His eyes dart back and forth between us. Well, what color am I? He's hyperventilating. Red or black? Red or black? The ball stops. I glance at Ty, then back at Sphinx. A smile crosses my face before I answer. Both. I sat staring moodily into the fire. Thunder boomed overhead, lightning flashing across the midnight sky. I was hungry and hadn't eaten anything for the last 3 days. Food was getting scarcer and scarcer to find. Most of the shops and stores of the old world had been picked clean, and the parasites were taking its toll on the wildlife, either killing it outright or changing it into something else. It had been exactly 728 days since the Onyx had arrived, changing our world forever. I'd been home watching some mundane crap on TV when the first reports had come in. NASA had spotted a large mass moving at speed towards the planet. Soon after, our satellites had gone down. The Onyx ships breached our atmosphere while the world sat in stunned silence at this sudden and terrifying turn of events. The leading nations had tried to make contact, of course, as the visitors had yet to show any signs of aggression. But our hails had simply gone ignored as they moved freely around the planet, situating themselves over our oceans and Great Lakes. Soon after, their massive motherships had begun to open, and the harvesting of our oceans and waterways had commenced. Again, we tried desperately to make contact, but they wanted no truck with humanity. To them, we were nothing but insects, annoying flies. But flies can also bite, and so we moved against them, only to have our military wiped out and destroyed with terrifying ease. For every attack, they retaliated 1,000-fold, destroying entire cities and heavily populated areas. Their strange, amorphous fighters swarmed through the skies like so many terrible locusts. The message was clear. Interfere and die. In a last-ditch attempt, a coordinated nuclear attack was staged by nations once hostile to each other. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It was a catastrophic failure. The nukes were either simply shot down or redirected back towards the planet, and untold millions died in nuclear fire. But then, when it seemed all hope was lost, their great war machines and harvesters simply started to fall from the skies. And what was left of humanity began to hope, not knowing an even greater catastrophe was about to befall us. For the Onyx, as they'd come to be known, had brought something else with them. Some kind of parasitic organism. Who knows where it came from? Perhaps some long-distant planet that they had stopped to ravage somewhere along the way. Those of the Onyx who did manage to survive had gathered what was left of their technology and fled, building small keeps and citadels throughout the land. Any incursion into their territory was met with extreme violence as they cowered behind their walls, either waiting to die or perhaps hoping for some kind of reinforcements. As for what was left of humanity, we now walked through a blasted and ever-changing landscape. As the parasite warped the fauna and flora all around us, even the animals, and worst of all, some humans had changed and succumbed, their bodies twisted and grotesque living carriers of this new plague. Sighing, I stirred the fire, pulling my blanket tight around me. Tomorrow I would be nearing the coast. First I had to traverse the bloodgrass that swayed like a scarlet scourge across the land. At first I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. It was a long time coming. I awoke the next day to a smoldering campfire, dampened by a cold rain. Throwing off my blanket, I pulled off my boots, jeans, and heavy jacket before stripping all the way down to my bare ass. The forest was deadly silent, not even a bird chirped. No small creatures moved in the underbrush. Some of the trees were just starting to show the first signs of infection, their trunks crawling with strange red vines over their molding, blackened trunks. But thankfully, they were few and far between. Still, it wouldn't be long before the entire forest fell before this new and terrible blight. Reaching into my pack, I took out some small, moist towelettes. The colonel's bearded face smiled up at me as I tore them open and wiped myself down in the freezing rain, checking every part of my body for any cuts, scrapes, or aberrations. Nobody really knew how the infection entered the body other than a bite, of course. If one of the fallen bit you, one of those poor mindless souls that now carried the infection, then you were finished. The infection from a bite spread rapidly, causing an intense rabid-like behavior. I had seen it happen more than once and hoped never to see it again. Once I was satisfied, I dressed, strapping on my knife and shotgun, and drank thirstily from my canteen. The shotgun was empty, dead weight, but it had helped me bluff my way out of more than one confrontation, and I was hoping at some point to find more ammunition along the way. So for now, it stayed. Adjusting my pack, I headed to the edge of the forest, eyeing the swaying bloodgrass with some trepidation as I studied my map and compass. The town I was heading for was called St. Mawes, a small seaside village on the coast. The only problem was there was 20 miles of bloodgrass between myself and the town. Walking in the grass was uncomfortable and a hard slog by day, but if I got caught after dark, the worms that squirmed in its depth by night would devour me alive. Putting away my map, I prayed to a god I no longer believed in and entered the grass. Within minutes, my bottom half was soaked to the skin in a foul-smelling crimson liquid, as jelly-like throngs brushed against my jeans, as if seeking a way inside. My wrist and lower arms were soon covered as I fought my way through the undulating mass. In some places, the stalks were as high as my head, dripping their crimson fluid down my back. I struggled with my head down, desperate to keep the obnoxious fluid from my face, occasionally pulling up my compass to keep my bearings. Just then my foot came down on something hard, and with a cry I went down, landing with a clatter on a pile of bones. A pile of bones that wore the remains of a dress. There were two of them. One female adult, a few strands of long blonde hair still attached to her ragged scalp, and a smaller skeleton, the flesh entirely stripped from its bones. It was impossible to tell the sex, but I was guessing from what was left of its tattered Thomas the Tank Engine pajamas, it had been a young boy, probably no older than 5 or 6 when he was devoured. Why in God's name had she brought him here? Had they been trying to flee to the coast like myself, or had one of the fallen chased them here where they had tried to hide, all the while the night fast approaching? Something ran down my face, and I realized it was my own tears, which I scrubbed away angrily. I felt like I should do something or say something, but the dead hear no words. And so, in the end, I stepped over them and moved on, glancing at the sky, knowing that almost half the day was already gone, and I still had a long way to go. Struggling on, I tried to pick up my pace, but my breathing soon became harsh and ragged, and I had to stop and rest. I wanted nothing more than to lay down to sleep, if only for a little while. It was as if the rustling of the grass was singing me a lullaby. My eyes began to feel heavy, and I wondered if this was the last thing the woman and her little boy had heard before they had succumbed. The very thought had me back on my feet, cursing and tearing at the grass as I pulled my way through. The sun was now low in the west, steadily sinking its way below the horizon. A sudden state of panic overtook me as I started running full out, my brain screaming that I had somehow got turned around and was heading back towards the center, back the way I had come. I tore off my pack and tried to look at my map, but nothing made sense. The map was soaked through with crimson liquid, its vile smell everywhere, pouring down my face as I breathed it in, slicking the back of my throat. I let out a scream as the sun sank behind the horizon and the earth began to churn and twist. Still screaming, I threw down my pack as something broke the surface, something long, its snake-like body whipping back and forth and slithering shadow amongst the crimson weed that raced towards me. I could hear more rustling now, coming from every direction. I sprinted, head down, jelly-like stalks whipping at my face, clinging to my arms, trying to hold me back. It was as if the bloodgrass itself had taken on a terrible life of its own. With a last Herculean effort, running on pure adrenaline, I threw myself forward and finally cleared the grass, falling on my back as a shadow reared up, letting out a cheating shriek before swiftly turning back and slithering away into the swaying darkness. I first got to my knees, both laughing and crying at the same time before managing to climb to my feet. But the world started to spin, and the roar of the ocean sounded far away as I fell back to my knees. My face hit the cool sand, and I remember no more. I awoke early the next morning, the weak sunlight warming my face. With a groan, I sat up, my clothes tacky and stinking where they'd stuck to my skin. Reaching down, I grabbed my canteen from my belt and upended it, managing to shake out a few meager drops. Slowly I stood and turned to face the ocean, the canteen dropping from my nerveless fingers. There was a broken construct floating above the ocean. The thing was hard to visualize. I could only describe it as some kind of shard-like structure that crawled with blue lightning. This vast alien edifice still sucking at the ocean, thousands of gallons drawn into its greedy maw only to come spilling out of a huge, ragged hole in its side before thundering back into the churning sea in an explosion of salt and sea spray. Dragging my eyes away from the monstrosity, I entered the freezing waters and began to wash my body and clothes, taking great handfuls of sand and scouring myself clean until my skin felt raw and tender. Finally, I came back to the beach and searched amongst the dunes, collecting ragged brambles and bits of seaweed. After some searching, I found an old Pepsi can from which I cut the top, forming a kind of makeshift cup. I soon found a place amongst the dunes out of the wind and arranged my wood, pulling out my lighter, which was stained red, but still lit on the second strike. Once the brambles and smaller twigs were well alight, I added the larger pieces of wood until I had a good-sized campfire burning. Then I went off in search of food. which I soon found in the form of limpets, periwinkle stuck to various rocks, which I collected in my tin can. I then filled the can with salt water and boiled up the whole mess, greedily breaking open the shells and eating the rubbery morsels. My stomach was now somewhat sated, and my thirst was raging. I set out again, finding puddles of fresh water trapped in the higher rock formations. Eventually, I had enough to fill my little can and boiled it up, waiting in agony for it to cool enough to drink before thirstily drinking it down. I repeated this process twice more, half filling my empty canteen. By this time, my clothes were nearly dry, and I decided to move on down the coast, happy to be leaving the alien thrumming monstrosity behind. I walked for hours, my only company a lone gull that circled overhead, calling out desperately for another of its kind. It felt to me, at least, like we were the only two creatures left in the entire world. The wind was picking up now, growing stronger, fine particles of sand stinging against my face as the light of another day grew dimmer. I had to find some shelter soon. Another night of cold and hunger would leave me with little strength to go on. I'd die here on this beach. Just another pile of bleached bones in a world already full of them. It was perhaps an hour before dark when I stumbled onto the hotel. The first sign was a sand-strewn road that led from the beach, its surface cracked and scarred. Rusting heaps of metal that had once been cars lined its side like some lost relics of another time, their tires flat, their paint peeling. As I moved on, I noticed some of the bonnets had been pried open, the insides left hollow and empty, completely stripped of parts. Others contained skeletons still clinging to their steering wheels. I even stopped and searched a few of the empty vehicles, but most of the glove compartments were already open, their contents scavenged long ago. Their trunks lay open like hungry mouths in their ever-growing shadows. I carried on walking, entering the hotel's grounds through a rusted metal gate, walking slowly up a weed-strewn driveway past an overgrown lawn with rotting lawn furniture, until at last I reached the hotel. The main entrance and windows were all boarded up, covered in graffiti, and I had a sinking sensation that this place was deserted long before the war, and so had remained untouched. Still, if nothing else, it would protect me against the growing wind, and many things that had once been considered of no regard before the parasite had now taken on a whole new value to the remains of mankind. Looking more closely, I noticed the wooden sheeting had already started to succumb to the salt-laden air. Managing to slip my fingers down one side of the rotting timbers, I pulled with what little strength I had left, but the boards came away easily with a squeal of rusting nails, and I cast it aside, mindful of the broken glass beneath. The interior was all dusty wooden floors and peeling wallpaper. The reception area consisted of a long wooden desk topped with faded red leather. The few light fittings that remained looked like fancy cut glass, or perhaps even crystal. And I had a feeling this place was quite ostentatious in its heyday. I could almost picture the laughing guests that once haunted its now darkened hallways. I looked at the stairs with its threadbare carpet and rotting handrails, before walking down the hall towards the back of the building, dust motes swirling in the fading light. I turned a corner and came to a door marked staff, and pushed on through. Beyond was a large, rusting kitchen, most of its fittings stripped, revealing bare copper pipes and cracked floor tiles. Still, a few large cabinets remained, and I rummaged through them, finding nothing but cobwebs and ancient-looking rat turds. I turned, feeling helpless, and saw a large steel door slightly ajar. I knew this could only be a walk-in refrigerator, and hurried over, tugging the door open. To my surprise, some of the shelves were still stocked with bloated and rusting cans. Quickly, I stepped inside and began to sift through the remains. Holy shit, I grinned. There was a large can of peaches, the can dull but still completely intact. Quickly, I rushed outside and sat on the floor before drawing my knife and piercing the lid. There was no escaping the rush of gas or noxious smell, and so I cut the lid free, careful of the ragged edges. I greedily dipped my fingers inside and pulled out the succulent fruit. I gave it an experimental sniff and took a small bite. It was sweet and delicious, so I tucked in, eating greedily. When the fruit was gone, I drank the syrup. Almost instantly feeling some of my strength returning, but I was still exhausted. And so, went in search of a place to hunker down for the night. The upstairs landing was more of the same, frayed and rotting carpet, wallpaper hanging like fleshy strips from the wall. The air stank of decay and swampy black mold. The first room I came to was stripped completely bare, as were most of the rest. But as I got further down the corridor, I finally found a room with a narrow bed and sagging mattress. The rest of the room contained some rotting furniture. The adjoining room had a cracked ceramic bath, but was missing both toilet and sink. Shrugging, I put my still damp jacket about me and settled down for the night, and was soon fast asleep. I awoke suddenly as if some kind of noise had startled me into wakefulness. Weak sunlight was pouring through the window, and the smell of the ocean seemed to be hanging heavy in the air. There it was again, the clattering and grunting from below. Quickly, I shot to my feet and dragged my knife free, sleep instantly falling away as my body flooded with adrenaline. Somebody or something was downstairs, something that had come in while I had slept, and I cursed myself for a fool for not hiding the entrance that I had created last night. I could only put it down to a tired, weary mind, and I swore to myself I'd never make such a mistake again, if only I could survive the next few moments. Quickly, I looked around before heading for the window. The glass was intact and thankfully not boarded over like those below. I grabbed at the sill and began to tug at it frantically, but it wouldn't budge, and I cursed, seeing the nails hammered deep into the wood. The damn thing was nailed shut. I could smash the window, but that would give my position away. Besides, it was probably a 30-foot drop. If I didn't break my damn head open, I'd probably at the very least break my leg. Easy prey for whatever monstrosity would find me screaming and bleeding on the floor. There was no choice. I had to sneak downstairs and creep out the same way I'd come in. Taking a deep breath, my knife in a desperate death grip, I crept into the hallway, trying to look everywhere at once. From below came more clattering and banging and a roar of frustration, freezing my blood. Only one of the fallen could make such a horrendous noise, as if just existing caused them a terrible sort of pain. I was at the stairs now, crouching low and frozen in place. The noise had come from the back of the building, perhaps from the kitchen area I had visited earlier. I had wanted to stay and take a look around, perhaps find something that would help me along my journey, but time was up. I needed to get out, to escape before whatever now wandered these deserted halls found me and tore me to pieces. My perception narrowed as I focused on the open window. I stood and took my first step. Another ear-shattering scream came again, and my nerve broke as I bolted down the stairs, running, half-falling until I hit the floor. From behind me there was a loud boom as a door was thrown open, but I didn't stop or look back, but sprinted towards the window and boosted myself through. Twisting on my back, I was almost through when a hand shot out of the darkness and grabbed my ankle. I screamed, I pulled back, bracing my free leg against the wall. As I tried to escape, a head emerged, warped and covered with crimson leaking boils. Its insane eyes glared at me as its rotting teeth chomped. Its lower half was free now, revealing rotten and torn clothes covered in crimson moss. The creature let out another of those god-awful shrieks and pulled me backwards, its grip like steel as it stuffed my jean-clad leg into its mouth, biting down hard. I felt my skin pinch, and I howled in pain, kicking at the thing's head over and over again. At last I managed to break free and stumble to my feet, but the thing lunged at me, sending us both crashing down to the floor. The creature was on top, its gnashing teeth lunging towards my face, desperate to tear into my flesh, but I managed to get an elbow under its throat and stabbed it repeatedly in its writhing side, its hot, diseased blood pouring over my fist. The thing reared back and howled in pain, and I brought up my knees and thrust the howling monstrosity away. Before leaping to my feet, my heart thumping in my chest, pounding in my ears as I leapt upon it. Suddenly furious, Fucking thing, I snarled, stabbing it over and over again, my knife glancing off bone until I found its eye socket and shoving the knife home, ending the thing's wretched existence with a cruel twist of my knife. At last it lay still. Quickly I stood and tore at my jeans, knowing in my heart that I was a walking dead man. But my calf was only badly bruised. The skin, thankfully, still intact. Painful, yes, but not a walking death sentence after all. Wiping off my knife, I stumbled down the driveway, past the ruins of a dying world, and back out onto the open, flowing sands. In the distance, smoke blackened the sky, and I walked onwards, the ocean crashing in my ears like a harbinger of doom. My wife is in love with squishmallows. For those of you who don't know, they're basically these pillow stuffed animal inventions that come in different designs, resembling animals and aliens, plants, mushrooms. They have these cute little faces and little backstories for each one. They're stuffed and sewn together with a proprietary material that's especially soft and plush. Some people get really obsessed with them. They've been compared at times to Beanie Babies or other very popular trendy novelty items. People resell them at a ridiculous profit because when someone wants a specific squishmallow, they're often willing to pay top dollar for it. My wife, Christine, has 30 of them stacked on a shelf in our living room, in various designs, shapes, colors, and sizes. But some people have entire rooms devoted to the stuffed creations. The designs are pretty cute, and I'm happy that she has a hobby. I buy her a new squishmallow sometimes when I'm at the store. They sell them pretty much everywhere now, but they used to be, more difficult to find. When I tried to figure out what Christine wanted for her birthday, I got the impression that she wanted one particular squishmallow. She hinted at it, not outright asking. Finding a specific squishmallow isn't always easy, since some are more rare than others. Apparently, the most uncommon ones sell as high as $2,000. Luckily, she didn't want one of those. The one she wanted looked like a big black spider with like a weird smile, so I began looking online for it. Now, none of the stores nearby had it, of course. They would have been too easy, but eventually I found a seller on eBay and I purchased it, requesting the express shipping so the squishmallow would arrive before her birthday. They had a few other ones that looked pretty unique too, so I bought them as well. They were all a little creepy looking. I mean, that's okay. Christine loves horror, creepy shit, just like I do. Well, time went by and eventually the package arrived. I didn't unbox the stuffed animal, instead just wrapping up the brown cardboard box they'd come in. When her birthday came around, I showed Christine the big wrapped box and a huge smile stretched across her face. The present was massive, covered in squishmallow wrapping paper. I watched as she unwrapped it, practically vibrating with excitement. She gasped when she saw the size of the one on top. "You got the 24-inch one! Where did you find it?" A magician never reveals his secrets. "Is that the one you wanted?" She took it out and inspected it more closely, and I saw her expression drop. Her smile disappeared. What is it? Is it not the right one?" Christine began to turn the stuffed animal around. I could tell she was disappointed, but I didn't understand why. She'd never been a great gift receiver and never showed a big reaction, but I thought, this time I'd really nailed it. I thought she'd be ecstatic. It's great," was all she said at first. But I could tell she was disappointed. What is it?" "This sucks to say. I know you probably worked hard on this, but it's fake," she said, standing up and carrying the large stuffed animal over to me with an annoying, know-it-all smile. "I saw someone talking about this online. There's no tag, and see this little marking? I'm sorry, it's a knockoff. It's cute, though. I still like it." I could tell she didn't. Taking it out of her hands, I examined it closely. I hadn't thought about the details much at the time of purchase, but she was right. Usually, the toys came with a little tag telling their story. It looked a bit strange, too, not cute like the regular ones. This one was creepy looking, with a sharp, jagged-toothed smile. "Did you check the other ones?" I asked, feeling a little sick to my stomach. "I bought you a few more." Oh no, how much did you pay for all these? She asked. Not much, I lied. She took them all out of the box and started examining them. A creepy skeleton, a green ghost, a witch, and a black owl with glowing white eyes stared up at her. The longer I looked at them, the more obvious it became that they weren't right. Their proportions were all wrong, their faces malevolent and mean. They were actually disturbing looking. There was loose stitching and a few stains here and there on them. One of the stains was a brownish red, like old, dried blood. They're great. Thank you, my wife stuttered awkwardly. I really like them, really. I'll put them up there with the others, on the shelf. You don't have to do that. You can contact the seller on eBay, I'll get a refund, I'll get you the real ones. No, it's fine, my wife insisted, putting them with the rest of her collection. They're kind of quirky. It's all right. Don't worry about it. She kissed me on the cheek, smiling weakly. I love them. Really. Weeks passed, and nothing much really happened with the Squishmallows. They sat there on the shelf gathering dust, and my wife didn't take them down to play with them or even look at them. It was further proof to me that she didn't like them as much as the others, and I couldn't blame her. It wasn't just that they were knockoffs, they were downright disturbing. I noticed she was tucking them further and further towards the back, hiding them behind the others. I was quietly glad for that, since they creeped me out, and every time I walked by the shelf they caught my eye. Big black spider was particularly unsettling for some reason, and its dull, vacant eyes always felt like they were watching me. Its spindly arms always seemed to be waving at me slightly in the breeze. One night when I was up late watching TV, I saw something moving on the ceiling in the hallway. Those black, glassy eyes reflecting back at me, catching a hint of glow from the TV screen. Whatever it was blended with the shadows and crawled away, disappearing into the darkness. I couldn't make out the details, but I got the impression of a huge black spider, its body a bloated, sagging orb as large as a beach ball. My heart beating fast, I turned on all the lights, searching the apartment for whatever I thought I saw. After finding no trace of it, I redoubled my efforts, feeling like I couldn't be safe again until I found whatever that thing was. I eventually went to the shelf and looked at the spider I'd purchased for Christine. I stared at it for a long, long time. Its smile looked like it had grown even wider than before. It looked pleased with itself. I decided I'd contact the seller regardless of what Christine said and ask for a refund. More than anything, I just wanted those things out of my house. After typing out a message, I hit send. I waited for days for their reply, but nothing. There was no indication the message had even been seen. The return address on the package indicated the seller lived in the city at least, and I decided to drive to the house to knock on the door. I was tired of people taking advantage of me, tired of strangers online who thought they could get away with robbing and cheating innocent people. In case you hadn't guessed already, this was not the first time I'd been swindled by an online bargain. There was the whole Instagram fiasco, and don't even get me started on the laptop I bought from Wish. The house was on the other side of town, across the river. A bridge separated the west side of Hollow's End from the right, and I usually avoided going over there since I had a few bad experiences on that side of the city, but this time I figured I'd make an exception. When I pulled up outside the house, I saw it was dark inside except for a flickering light in one room, probably the living room, judging by its location near the front of the house, with a big picture window overlooking the front lawn. I walked up to the front door and knocked, carrying the huge box full of knockoff Squishmallows in my arm. Their weight seemed to shift and change as if they were alive inside the sealed box, and I imagined a knife or a sharp claw suddenly slicing through the packing tape at the top, and a Squishmallow spider and all of its friends clamoring out and attacking me. I mean, of course that didn't happen. This was real life, not Chucky 7, Revenge of the Satanic Squishmallows. Still, no one was answering the door, and the flashing lights coming through the window in sporadic bursts reminded me in an unsettling way of Poltergeist, or some other horror movie whose name I had forgotten. I knocked again, louder this time. No answer. Someone was definitely home, though. The flashing lights and noise from inside told me as much. I leaned the box against the door for a second just to give myself a break since it was so awkward when I noticed the door was swinging open by itself. Whether it was just poorly latched or whether someone had opened it, I wasn't sure, but I couldn't see anyone inside. All I could see was darkness. I thought I heard someone speaking from up ahead in another room. Thinking they might be telling me to come inside, I pushed the door open further and took a tentative step to the entryway, my heart hammering fast. "Hello?" I called out. "Is anyone there?" The voice continued speaking from up ahead, getting faster now, more emotional. It was a man, and he sounded desperate. It sounded like he was pleading for his life. Taking slow steps forward, I walked deeper into the dark house. I didn't even notice when the door quietly clicked shut behind me and locked itself. As I got closer to the room with the glowing, flashing lights I'd seen from outside, I realized it was the same room where I heard the voice speaking. It sounded even more desperate now. "Please, I'll do anything. I'm sorry." A whispering voice spoke back to him, sounding like it was talking in another language. It sounded angry, demanding. The box in my hand suddenly began to rattle and shake violently. It sounded like something was stabbing the cardboard from inside. Something sharp cut my palm, and I dropped the box, crying out in pain. My rational mind was telling me that it must have been a staple, and the box wasn't moving by itself, but there was simply something inside that had tipped off balance. Stuffed animals don't come to life. That doesn't happen. Whatever this is, it isn't happening. Who's there?" the voice shouted. With no choice now except to come clean, I announced my presence. Hey, sorry, I didn't mean to sneak in. Your door was open, and I heard voices in here. I bought some squishmallows from you online, and..." Everything happened all at once after that. I went through the doorway, and as I did, I saw the portal in the center of the living room, glowing blue and flashing. It was swirling and pulsating with light, hidden behind clouds that were being blown around violently in a vortex. I took a step backwards when something crawled out of the portal on all fours. It looked horrifying and wrong. It was bleeding and appeared injured, alien face twisted in a mask of rage and pain. It's difficult to explain what it looked like exactly because it didn't resemble anything from this world. The closest comparison would be that hairless hyena crossbred with a goblin. As it scrambled out from the portal, it shook the blood from its haunches like a dog coming in from the rain, spattering the walls and ceiling of the room with gore. A voice in the shadows spoke in that strange language, and the creature began to change. It was a shapeshifter, I realized. It was taking on the form of things it could see in the living room. For the first time, I noticed the squishmallows. With all the chaos happening and in the flickering darkness of the room, I hadn't seen them at first, but now that I noticed them, they were impossible to ignore. They were everywhere. The walls were covered with them. Shelves had been installed going from the floor to ceiling on every wall in the room, and they were filled with the trendy stuffed toys, ranging in bright yellows, oranges, reds, to black Halloween-themed ones that I had in my box. The only difference was these were real. They weren't the knockoffs. All the squishmallows were spattered with blood, though, completely ruined now. Copious layers of dried blood could be seen in various places throughout the room, coating everything. "You shouldn't have come," the man said. I realized he was injured. He was clutching his face as red liquid seeped out from between his fingers. It looked like he was trying to hold his face on. "You shouldn't have come here," he shrieked at the top of his lungs. "Leave! Run before they take your body!" I spun around, my heart beating so hard it was threatening to burst through my chest, and I saw the box which I had been holding was now bursting open. The massive black spider crawling out first, climbing out of the box, making its way straight for me. It raced across the floor like a wolf spider, clambering up my leg and releasing a fine spool of webbing behind it. The thing made its way around my legs in circles, attempting to tie me up while I screamed and kicked, thrashing and batting at it with my fists. More of those hairless goblin hyena creatures were crawling out of the portal, looking like they were straight out of a Dark Souls game. Bloodied and howling in agony, they pulled themselves through the gateway and shook themselves off, just as the previous one had. However they were getting here, only one or two were able to come through at a time, and at great cost to themselves. The alien voice spoke again from the shadows, and this time the creatures coming through the portal didn't change shape right away. Instead, they came at me. Crawling at first, attempting to rise to their feet, but unable to. They made their way faster and faster towards me. "You need to run," the man said weakly, his face a bloodied ruin. He took his hands away and the skin fell away to the floor like a Halloween mask. Blood poured out and ran down his neck, soaking his white shirt. He grabbed the spider squishmallow from my pants and tore it free from me. While it hissed and tried to bite him, I saw it puncture the skin with several quick attacks, and he dropped it to the floor. The massive spider skittered away, disappearing into the shadows. His hand rapidly swelling with unknown poisons. The man began attempting to free me from the spiderweb I was wrapped up in. His flesh ballooned and yellow pus began to seep out from the sores as he struggled to remain conscious. Finally, I was free. I didn't dare turn around and look to see how close those things from the portal were. I could hear them, and I knew they were close enough to almost reach out and grab me. One of their bloody fingers brushed against my leg as I just evaded its grasp, bolting for the exit. When I reached the door, it was locked. A key was required to open it, which I didn't have, and I knew I was fucked. Except for that picture window in the living room. That was my only shot, right back into the lion's den. The bloodied, crawling, goblin hyena things were just at my heels, and my heart skipped a beat when I saw them coming at me. I was cornered in the entryway of the house with nowhere to go, and once again the man came to my rescue. His face a blood-soaked mask of muscle tissue. He screamed as he lifted a chair from the living room and hurled it through the air where it landed with a heavy crash on top of one of the creatures. The other one was stunned momentarily, just long enough for me to leap over it and race back into the living room. I ran through the darkness, heard the gasp of the man who saved me when he saw what I was about to do. "No!" he shouted. But it was too late. I leapt through the huge picture window and it shattered against the top of my skull. The pain of the impact far worse than anything I could have imagined. Broken glass rained down all around me as I landed on the glass in a heap, clutching my bloodied scalp. Scrambling to my feet, I began to run, too terrified to look back. The screams of outrage coming from the house were surprising and confusing, to say the least. I didn't understand why the guy who had saved my life was so mad all of a sudden. It wasn't until I got home and looked in my email again, this time taking a moment to look in the spam folder, that I realized the man had gotten back to me. The day I sent my email, he'd replied almost immediately. "My sincere apologies for the mix-up. Those toys weren't meant to be sent out, and I'd be more than happy to replace them with the correct toys. Please send them back to me immediately. I'm concerned that they may be hazardous, due to the materials they were made with. I need to keep them contained. I need to keep them here. I'll sell all my collection to survive if I have to, but they cannot know that there is a world outside of this house. I must contain them. You must send them back to me now. Be very careful. Until you do, do not trust them. Do not be in darkness with them. They love the darkness. That's where they thrive, where they're from. Be afraid. Be afraid. Be. Shuddering, I closed the email. I didn't delete it, worried I might need it one day. For what purpose, I don't know. One thing was for sure. The man who sold me those knockoff squishmallows had the situation contained. The shapeshifters, the living toys. He'd figured out a way to convince them that was all that existed on this side of the portal. He convinced them his house was our entire world. And then I shattered his window. And then I let those things out. I hadn't wanted to go to Applebee's, but my friends insisted. I'm not opposed to going out to have a meal, but I hate going to Applebee's in our town. It's like a gathering place for every half-drunk Chad and happy hour drunk who doesn't have enough money to drink at the yacht club. But too much class for the tilted stool. We weren't big drinkers. I mean, we like to tie a few on sometimes, but these guys get downright sloppy. You know, we get the booth as far from the bar as we can, but still so damn noisy in there. By the end of the night, we're all yelling at each other just to be heard over the jukebox and the drunks. I spend the rest of the night with my eardrums pounding and my head ready to crack open. That's how it's always been until tonight. So, we're at the back booth, like always. And when I saw this guy, Mark was talking about some girl that he was seeing from work, Frank laughing like a donkey, laid his drink bouncing around, threatening to spill as he pounded the table. I looked up from my cowboy burger just in time to see this guy honkering over his food at the end of the row. He was bent over his plate, the top of his bald head gleaming, and the light overhead lit him like a wax sculpture. I'm not usually one for people watching, but the guy stood out. He reminded me of a story from Temple back when I still went with my parents. They told us a story about a guy who had built a creature to get revenge, a golem. And that was my first thought when I saw this fella. It sounds like a little harsh, but I only mean that he appeared not like a man, but like an approximation of a man. He had on a white button-up, a red tie hanging loose around his neck like a noose. And even from here, I could see the sweat starting to pool under his arms. Despite the noise, I could almost hear him perfectly. At first, I thought he was eating his meal loudly, bent over at the waist like a dog, but the longer I watched, the more I thought he might be crying. His shoulders were hitching in slow up and down jerks. He appeared to just be sobbing into his plate. I felt a little voyeuristic as I watched him live what was likely the worst day of his life. Poor guy. He'd probably been stood up for a date or lost his mother, and here I was just watching him. When Mark leaned nearly into my ear, I jumped a little when he spoke. "So looking at, Pally?" He followed my line of sight and found the poor guy before I could. "Oh, a guy's got a date with a rope layer?" Frank turned to look, but winced as Mark kicked him. "Don't look. You got no sense, poor guy. Looks like the guy we had in the gas station the other night. Comes in high as a kite. When I wouldn't sell him beer, he just starts to cry." And Mark went on, but I wasn't really paying attention anymore. I felt a little bad for continuing to watch him, but I just couldn't turn away. Something about him was mesmerizing. It was like driving past a car crash, being unable to stop staring at the bodies on the pavement. You knew it was wrong to stare, but you just couldn't stop. Frank was braying laughter again, and I could see our waitress contemplating whether to offer him another beer as she took our empty plates away. Mark told her he was fine. Frank ordered another beer, and after several tense seconds in an elbow from Mark, I snapped back to myself and said I was okay. "Jeez, bud," Mark said as the waitress shuffled off. "You gonna go over there and propose?" "What are you talking about?" I asked, biting into my burger and realizing it was lukewarm. Had I really been staring at the poor guy as my hamburger turned to ice? "You've been staring at him for almost 10 minutes. I thought you were going to order him a drink for a minute." We all laughed, mine being a little forced. And then Mark stood up and waved at a pair coming through the door, Jim and his wife, Celine. They waved at us in turn. And Frank moved to our side of the table so the two lovebirds could sit together. They'd been inseparable since college. And I don't think I'd seen one without the other more than a handful of times. They excused their lateness. Their sitter had been late, and Jim started on a story about how she had gotten lost and turned down the wrong road when I had turned my attention back to the poor guy 2 booths down. He was still bent over his burger, still quietly sobbing, but the way his shoulders moved, it started to seem wrong. I was no expert on sobbing, but this guy's herky-jerky movements were starting to look like something else. A rational part of me chastised myself for continuing to stare at this poor fella, but I was like a moth to flame now. He was my car wreck, and I was starting to notice signs of foul play. When he snorted loudly, I heard the laughter for the first time. It made me shiver a little as I heard it thrum into me like badly played piano notes. The guy wasn't crying. He was laughing. The more I looked, the more I could see bits of meat and lettuce sprayed over the tabletop. The longer I looked, the more I wondered how I had misunderstood his laughter for crying. I was now drawn deeper into his web of strangeness, no escape in sight. Crying was one thing. I could understand crying, but who sat in a booth by themselves and laughed? Was he a nut? Some kind of mental case who was off his meds? Watching him from behind Celine's shoulder, I wondered if he might be dangerous. Maybe we should leave. Maybe I should suggest a change of venue, but All thought escaped me as he finally lifted his head from the plate. The scream that welled up inside of me was cut off by my constricting throat and likely sounded like nothing as much as a sigh. The man's face looked like a fantastic bit of prosthetic. It was like a piece of Hollywood decoration that's just a little too realistic. The kind you worry might contain a person who wants to bite. His face looked like the front of a thumb, calloused and rippled with wrinkles or ridges. His eyes were like colorless slits, something slashed into his face with a knife. His nose appeared to be drawn on like a cartoon character. It was unreal. Something that shouldn't exist in polite society outside a circus tent. His mouth, though. His mouth was the worst. His mouth was full of long, needle-like teeth, reminding me of an anglerfish as it protruded from his thin lips. Those teeth looked like they would never close comfortably. From here, it looked like they would consistently poke at your lips and gums, and you'd be in agony most of the time. There were pieces of meat on those teeth, raw, red chunks that had been smeared by them. That's when I looked down at his plate. It was covered in the remains of raw hamburger meat. I doubted like hell that the staff had just handed this guy raw beef, but the alternative seemed even wilder. The alternative was that this man had brought his own raw meat from home, so he could just consume it here, in public. As the horror ran through me like ice water, I looked up to see those colorless slits observing me. The two of us just staring at each other for a count of 5. Then he pulled those thin lips and monstrous teeth into a smile, and I could see red pooling at the edges of his flesh. I glanced over at Mark and Frank, both now sitting on this side of the booth, but neither of them had noticed him. The 4 of them were involved in a conversation like there wasn't a monster sitting 20 feet away. It seemed impossible that anyone could be having a normal conversation so close to this creature. Its very presence should have triggered some ancient primal node deep in our brains and forced us to either destroy it or flee from it. The 4 of them were talking about jobs and school and Jim and Celine's daughter while this thing got to exist in humanity with the rest of us. It's too much to handle. Suddenly, I wanted out. I wanted to be anywhere but here. I wanted to tap on Mark to get him to move or look up or just acknowledge that I was losing my mind within easy reach of him, but my body wouldn't respond. I managed to flick my finger at his arm, bumping him a little, but he only rubbed a hand over it as if a bug had landed on him. Celine was talking about the new Pokemon game. Mark and Frank were just nerdy enough and broke enough to be enraptured by her descriptions. I was stuck in a state of eye contact with this thing, and the longer I looked, the more it seemed to drink me in with its strange eyes. And then, without warning, it just sank down into its seat, lost beneath its table. I panicked. Suddenly, not being able to see it was worse than having it on display. Could it slink beneath our table? How far could it go? How close could it get? I was suddenly imagining the damage those teeth could do to a foot, even a foot with a shoe, and pulled mine up a little higher as Celine's words washed over me. He didn't resurface for quite some time, and you'd have said that a thing that size would not have gone unnoticed. And then he slid back up from under the table on the opposite side of the booth. His grin, ghastly ear to ear. He looked like a little kid who's trying to play with a table behind him. There was still a table between us and him, but I was no longer sure how much protection that provided us. I didn't know what his mental state was, whether he meant us harm or not, but when he dipped back down, I began to shake. "What's wrong with you?" Mark suddenly asked, turning to look at me as I shuddered beside him. I pointed to the empty place where the man had been sitting, and Mark looked over before scoffing loudly. "Oh no, your boyfriend left. Don't worry, I'm sure most of these guys at the bar will take you home if you ask them nicely enough." "What's going on?" Jim asked, noticing my discomfort and looking alarmed. "He's obsessed with this guy that was sitting a couple of tables back. Couldn't take his eyes off him. I swear I thought he was going to try and console the guy for a minute. Dude was just sitting there crying. This freak sits over here and..." The bald and sweaty head began to surface behind Celine, and when I shouted for her to look out, the whole restaurant went silent. Jim and Celine turned to look, but there was nothing behind them. I'd had enough, though. I pushed Mark and Frank out of the way, freeing myself from the booth, because I wanted to check under the table behind us. He'd been crouching down there, grinning like the little goblin he was, but as I got down on my knees and looked beneath, I was greeted with nothing but an empty space. The waitress asked me what I was looking for as I moved to look under his table as well, but by then I was already intent on leaving. I got into my car, I threw the keys into the ignition, and I sped out as fast as I could. Sitting at home now, I can't get that image out of my head. My phone's been blowing up, and I know my friends are worried. I want to assure them that everything's okay, but I just can't make sense of it. What was that thing? Why did it take such an interest in me? Is it dangerous? Did it follow me home? Every time I close my eyes, I see those repulsive needle-like teeth and those no-color slits staring back at me. Every time I close my eyes, I wonder if I'll ever be able to see anything but that creature again. So before we get started, let me get a few questions out of the way. It probably goes without saying, but I won't be providing the actual address of where the Harborview Motel is located in Texas, so don't ask. Like most urban legends of this nature, it's impossible to say for certain where it started or how it grew to be popular, so your guess is as good as mine on this. Although I will be providing you some step-by-step instructions on the ritual, please note that my experience is different than others, and therefore, if you do attempt it, there's no guarantee that you'll fare the same. The Harborview is one of those mom-and-pop-owned motels that survived the test of time thanks to its reputation for always having at least one room available. Some say this is because the owners do a terrible job cleaning up after their guests and can never have all rooms ready in case of a surge of bookings. Others claim it's because their budget's tight, and the owners know that they don't get the usual clientele like other pit stops. That's likely due to the reputation of the Mirror, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. The first thing you should know about the Harborview is that people don't come for a good time or even a good night's rest. It's near to the highway and sits catty-corner from a 24-hour truck stop. Most business is taken over by the name brand hotels a few miles down the road. Nope, people come here for a purpose. What that is, it will vary from person to person, of course, but for me, it's related to my wife, Virginia. 6 years she's been gone, due to an overdose from drugs. 6 years have I had trouble closing my eyes to go to sleep, without conjuring up that last vacant stare she gave me when I found her. I've tried to figure out why she took her life, but why she left me and the kids. I've blamed her job, I blamed myself, I even blamed God, but it doesn't provide any real comfort. Her departure left a hole in my heart, a void that needed to be filled. I'm telling you this because of the first rule regarding the Harborview Mirror. You need to have a reason for using it. Don't be some daft fool that comes here and wants to try something for shits and giggles. It won't end well for you, my friend. Of course, I can't say that with any degree of certainty, because I don't really know if anyone's experience is different than mine was. I was only giving you the same advice I was told to heed based on word of mouth spread across the internet. That's where I first heard about the mirror, see? Amid a menagerie of other articles about how to come to terms with grief by contacting the spirit of one that you've lost. There was a multitude of them out there, but the mirror is the one that stuck out for me. Perhaps it was because it sounded so plausible, so tangible. The way people described it and the way it affected them, surely that couldn't all be for the sake of make-believe. 6 months is how long it took me to get the courage to give it a try. I knew that if I was going to succeed, I'd need to follow the instructions given to the best of my ability. And, well, that's the tricky part, really. There are at least 18 separate steps connecting to the mirror from what I gathered, but some people put in a 19th or a different 13th step just to throw everyone off. Then another internet troll pops in and joins the bandwagon, distorting the original instructions more and more, to the point where it's somewhat difficult to say for certain which are correct and which were simply tacked on. I can only tell you what I did, so please, if your experience includes steps that are different than mine, share that. First, you need to be from out of town. That's easy for me since I lived up in Amarillo, nowhere near to where the motel is located. Some say it has to be that you've never been there before, even anywhere near it. I can check that box easily too, but I suspect many truckers and travelers cannot. Second, you should pack several things with you for the trip, the most important of which being a small pack of matches. This isn't for you, and you're not supposed to open them until promoted to do so. You can purchase them from anywhere, even from the truck stop across the road. The other items are a change of clothes, door wedge, black ballpoint pen, and a bottle of water. The next part isn't a step, really, but I think it holds some significance, so I'm going to put it out there for good measure. It was around 2 in the morning when I arrived. This was important timing for later on, for step 5, so simply advise you to arrive about an hour or so ahead of time, just to give yourself time to finish your business, maybe grab a quick smoke or, something like that. Well, I walked into the truck stop to grab some Marlboros, beef jerky, since I had been on the road for a few hours. Like I said, I don't exactly live nearby. And I was trying to find a good soda pop when the bright orange neon sign from the harbor view came into view in the reflection of the Coke dispenser. As I noticed the sign come to life, a few of the other patrons in the store did too, so I figured I should chat up the locals and see what they had to say about the motel. Surprised they have money to keep that sign on, I remarked to the cashier as I passed her my cigarettes and snack. The young 20-something didn't make a reply at first as she rung me up, but for the life of me I swear there was something in her eyes that told me she had something to say. And isn't it run just by 2 people? Don't they ever sleep? I said, hoping to goad her into a conversation. They come on when they're supposed to come on, she replied curtly. What does that mean? Was my next inquiry. Owners know when they have someone coming by. Don't ask me how. They just do. Must be a traveler out tonight needing a place to rest their head, she said, as she passed me the change and then asked me, What brings you here, stranger? Now, according to some blogs, this question is important to the ritual. Honestly, I don't see how. The cashier likely changes nightly, and there's simply no way they could always ask the same question, but it did unnerve me that she asked, and I felt compelled to reply truthfully. My wife. I was hoping to see her tonight, I told the young girl as I stared at the lights to the Harborview Motel. It's like they were meant for me. Good luck, she told me. I went back to my car and checked the time. 2:24. Time to begin step 3. You must leave your car parked at the truck stop and go by foot. Parking at the motel is bad luck, and getting a cab to take you there is worse, or so people say. There's an overhead walkway that links the truck stop to the motel, and the next step says that you can use it to go to the Harborview or to return, but never both ways. It's up to you to decide. Even at this time of night, I don't want to risk walking the 6-lane traffic, so I made for the overhead. Once you're in front of the Harborview, it's time to wait. You should be there no later than 2:45 and no earlier than 2:40. See, I told you timing was important. And since every version of the ritual mentions this, I'm doing it too. I arrived mere seconds before 2:45 hit, and I sat down on the second row of parking tape. I looked towards the manager's office. The place seemed abandoned. No one ever comes here except people like me, searching for purpose in their life. This step's important, but then I guess all of them really are. And it goes to require you to remain undistracted by the noise. The sign will say closed when you arrive, and you're to keep your attention on the sign until an unseen hand turns it over to open. This isn't easy, mind you. There's a lot going on there. Cars zooming by, some even get into wrecks while you wait. Police sirens go off, helicopters fly overhead, the occasional prostitute trying to get your attention. Oh yeah, about that. This is a step I thought was fake, but since it happened to me, I'm including it. Some of the versions of the ritual say that there's a particular prostitute that can appear while you wait, and while descriptions vary from account to account, one thing that is consistent is that she's supposed to be asking for a smoke. It happened to me about 3:09 as the minutes crawled by. I didn't hear her approach, and when she stood beside me, I didn't smell any perfume. I was focused on the door. But in my peripheral vision, I gathered she was wearing stiletto heels, fishnet stockings with a short turquoise skirt, skimpy top to match. Now, the rules say that she'll be insistent on getting a smoke, and you must refuse her. You must also keep your eye on the manager's window, so I did both, despite the fact that she was right in my ear, whining to grab a hold of my cigarettes. After writing this, it occurred to me that this is likely due to me buying them in the first place, and hence her presence. So if you want to avoid this distraction, just stay clean. I felt her tugging at my arm. She was very stubborn. Wouldn't take no or me ignoring her lightly. Finally, I came up with an alternative solution and offered her my food instead. "Mighty nice of you," she said, snatching the jerky from my hand. At that exact moment, the sign in front of me moved, and I felt my heart race. I wonder still if it was kindness that allowed me to move on to the next step. All I know for sure is that I left her there and moved with haste towards the door. The instructions say that you can't take longer than a minute to get inside. If you do, you might wind up meeting someone besides the owner. I don't rightly know if I met that time since I didn't look at my watch, but I can tell you that the manager's office was not at all what I expected. People say it appears to them in different ways. It led me to think that maybe it's not simply the mirror that holds power, but the entire location. For me, it looked like a mesh between a Chinese restaurant and a video rental. Bland greens, bright yellows mixed. Old wallpaper peeled from the ceiling. Jazzy, scratchy music played in the background. Incense filled the air. You couldn't really see the owner in the dim light behind the counter as he was busy grabbing something from under the desk. But he appeared to be short and stocky and of some kind of Asian descent. He took out a guest book, slid it across to me, and said in broken English for me to sign it. "Room," he adds, pointing to the list. It's supposed to be a question, but for me it feels like a statement. The next few steps are supposed to be the easiest in the process. I figured it's impossible to get them wrong. Use the pen you brought with you. You sign in under an assumed name. You choose room 8. I think for most people, the ease of these is likely what throws them off. Something up to this part feels like you should easily get it wrong and ruin the whole ritual, but how could you possibly fuck these 3 up? I didn't understand it until I was signing in, and you probably won't either. It was this overwhelming sense of disturbance in the air around me, a compulsion to write something, anything, besides what the rules tell me to put down. I had to practically force myself to forge a signature. When I was done, the Asian man smiled in a queer sort of way and put the book away. For the life of me, I wish I had seen how much of the other people had come here before, but in the heat of the moment, I must have panicked. Had my name been the only one? The owner told me to wait while he got the room key. I couldn't help but notice the scratchy music had stopped. In fact, the office was dead quiet. He returned a minute later with a large golden key tied to an even larger rusty copper plate that had an 8 scrawled on it with permanent marker. It actually looked a little like an infinity symbol, although I don't know why that correlation came to mind. The next step's supposedly optional. Like I said, some instructions don't include it, but others say that you can tip him. Now, the rules do say that you aren't supposed to bring any more than $44 to pay for the room, and that you must insist on paying that amount, but the rest is up to you. I brought along about $100 for gas, food, and possibly HBO if it turned out the whole ritual was a dud, and this was all just like some stunt to boost their business. So, I gave him a $10 tip. Per the script, the owner refused, and I insisted. I grabbed the key and made towards room 8. It should be after 3:30 by the time you get there. Some people call this the witching hour, and as I walked towards the room, it certainly felt like it. Where once there was noise and distraction from the highway, now everything seemed quiet. now would have been as good a time as any to say fuck it, go home. My purpose for coming told me that I couldn't, though, so I used the key on the door, heard the lock grind as it unlatched from the hinges. Room 8 looks like someone threw up in it, everywhere. You don't come for the scenery. It has gray carpets with dark stains on it that people claim were blood, and 2 twin-sized beds, both of which were made with a peppermint on the pillow. The instructions say you are to choose the bed on the left, so that's what I did. I sat down looking at the bed opposite me, my heart pounding as I realized I was actually going to go through with this. The door was still open. The rules don't specify whether you need to close it, just that you use the door wedge. Something about staring out into the world felt wrong. This place was separate from where I came. I shouldn't let it interfere, I thought. So I closed it, placed the door wedge down, and went over to the bed again, taking a few short breaths. I told myself I was ready. People always do. I don't think anyone ever really is. Then I went to the bathroom, I turned on the light. The mirror was waiting. Now, from an outsider's perspective, the mirror inside room 8 looks no different than any other grimy, dingy motel would have. It takes up the whole wall, got a few fingerprints and dust on it, even a crack along the top, like one sharp hit could shatter the whole thing. I wondered how many people might actually come here for just a normal visit, stare into this mirror and go about their business without a care. It seemed unlikely, because despite the fact that the mirror itself was ordinary, I felt an unease about it. Something felt off, don't ask me what. Maybe it was because I envisioned that the fingerprints were likely from the last person who came to perform the ritual. After all, the next step did say you were to sit in the chair in front of the glass and place your right palm against it. According to the instructions, you must do so within 2 minutes of the first time you're entering the bathroom. So don't go to the potty or whatever, just go in to get this whole thing started. So I sat and I pressed my palm on the surface, feeling its cold resonate on my skin. You're to hold your hand there for another minute, and while doing so, you should look towards the right-hand side of the reflection. Wait until you see the flicker of a candle. I must admit, I don't recall if there was a candle when I entered the bathroom. I was too focused on the mirror. I'm sure most people say the same. It's also encompassing, unyielding, demanding of your attention. But after a few short, breathless minutes, I finally saw the candle ignited, and I abruptly seized my hand away from the mirror. The gentle flame of the wick lingered as I stared at it. My throat dry as I reached into my pocket and took out my matches. Getting this next part right was essential. You had to stand up, burn a match, and walk backward into the room. Keep your eyes on the flame and not on the mirror. My hands were sweaty when I struck the match against the box. It only took one try. I got up from the chair and immediately started walking backwards. I didn't want to get anything wrong, so I was slow with my gait. I could see my reflection doing the same out of the corner of my eye, but again, that dreadful, peculiar feeling lurched in my body. Why did it seem like the reflection was moving faster, and I wasn't? I stopped right in front of the bed opposite of mine. Then the match went out. At the same time, the candle did too. I stood there, looking towards the dark bathroom where my reflection had disappeared from sight, and tried my best not to shake. Everything had gone exactly according to plan so far. I knew I was to strip from my clothes and to change into the ones I brought with me. Some speculators say that this is so the spirit you meet is fooled and doesn't haunt you from beyond the room. Others claim it's because you are trying to appear differently than the way you came, so as to symbolize some sort of transformation you were trying to make. Personally, though, I wanted out of my regular clothes because I was soaked in sweat. Never had I been more nervous in my life. It took me less than 3 minutes to get into the robe I had brought. Figured something simple would be easier, but for some reason putting it on felt like I was slowly drowning. All the while I got the sense of the bathroom seemed darker than before. I was close to finishing all the steps. Once dressed, I tossed my used clothes in haste over to my bed and reached for the matches. There wasn't a moment to waste. You're to start walking forward towards the darkness with the match ready, but you're not to light it until you're face to face with the mirror. I took a tentative step forward. Then another. Then another. Finally, I was there. The bathroom was colder than before. I was certain. And despite the fact that the mirror was only a few feet in front of me, I saw nothing. My hands trembled. I struck the match near to my chest and closed my eyes, saying the phrase I was told would provide me closure. "Show me why," I whispered. I held my breath for what seemed like an eternity. Then I opened my eyes and slowly brought the match up to my face. It was still me. My mind panicked, thinking I'd done one of the steps wrong. The ritual was meant to answer my fears, explain the loss I couldn't let go of. Was it all a hoax? Was this all a waste of my time? Then a smile creased across the features of my reflection's face. Silently, its free hand gestured towards the counter, where somehow there was a bottle of water on its side of the mirror. It was the one I brought with me, but I swear to you, the steps do not say to bring it into the bathroom. Somehow it was there anyway, across the void. Then it took the cap off the water and gently poured it over the match that was illuminating us both. Mine was the only flame that went out. In those few seconds of darkness, as I stared across at my illuminated reflection, I can rightfully say that I forgot what I looked like. It was like staring at a stranger. The reflection didn't move or waver. It just stared back and held my gaze for another few seconds. It raised its mouth towards the glass and breathed gently, just enough to fog it up. Then it used its finger to write me a message. Slowly I watched as the letters unfolded before me, my brain trying to comprehend what each of them was, as though I had never seen them before. It didn't seem to make sense until the word was spelled out in its entirety. "Because" was all it said. Then the darkness returned. I sat there numb for a few long, lingering minutes. I thought back to Virginia and all the times we had argued. The last things I had said to her was cutting and harsh. That was why I'd blamed myself. So what did this message mean? This simple puzzle kept me awake the rest of the night as I laid in bed. The rules say you don't have to stay until morning, but I have no idea where else to go. I think I know what the mirror was telling me, and I think I understand now why the ritual's not recommended. Why my answer may not be so unique after all. The morning light's creeping into my door, but it isn't welcoming. The roar of traffic's all that buzzes into my mind. I can leave whenever I want to. The ritual's over. This here for anyone else who's listening to these stories and they're searching for an answer of their own to whatever's keeping them up at night. I'm telling you, if you're searching, you should stop doing so, because sometimes bad things happen and there's nothing you can do about it, and that's a hard pill to swallow, maybe even impossible if you realize the deeper implications. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe your experience will be different when you come to the Harborview Motel. All I know is that I have to cross the highway. I can't go back the way I came. If I were to tell you I'm a big fan of tea, I'm sure you'd have a very specific image of me, and I wouldn't blame you. The vast majority of the time, it's the first thing people tell you about themselves is tea-related, and they're gonna be a little too into tea. Me, though, I don't know. I'm not a tea guy. I just prefer the atmosphere of a tea house to a coffee shop, and for some reason I don't really want to discuss, I've spent a lot of my time in places made for quick meals. Rick, by the way. Another city, another sunset, behind another small town skyline, another bad taste in my mouth from another job. The monotony only broken up by stops like this. This place has character, especially for who gives a shit Michigan. Tasteful rose paint and dark oak trim makes the tea house look like a rustic cottage. The windows are tinted and the interior warmly lit. I find myself a booth and take a seat in an overstuffed leather cushion. The table's immaculate, and the smell of fresh-baked goods is thick enough it drowns out the lingering scent of gasoline and smoke from my nostrils. I predict beautiful tea and ugly prices, and when I'm brought a menu, I'm not disappointed. The waitress seems to linger for a moment, expectant. I assume the place has a small circle of regulars. Pay it no mind. If I were a tea guy, I'd bore the hell out of you with a rant about the selection. Thankfully for you folks, I'm not the type to overshare. Bad for business. For those of you in the know, though, just a beautiful selection of Northern England's finest, with a few blends I've never heard of from Holland. I decide to throw caution to the wind and order one of the Dutch blends, with the vowel-ridden names and a watercress sandwich. Coffee's black sludge to keep going. Tea is an experience. The dark, fragrant blend I'm brought brings to mind memories of early childhood mornings. It's funny how smell works. I take my time. The brews and baked goods clearing my mind. It's letting me relax and focus on the next leg of my journey. But as caffeine tends to do eventually, nature called. The bathroom would have been at home in my grandmother's house. Soft pastel colors, clean white porcelain, and limitless knickknacks, sprays, and magazines. I turn off the polished brass faucet, turn to leave. I know something's wrong the second my hand touches the knob. No give at all. My suspicions are confirmed as I try to turn it. It doesn't move a centimeter. I chuckle. Can't think of the last time a door was much of an issue for me. The knob wasn't any model I've seen before, and the more I look, the more I don't like what I see. Fuck me, I mumble, looking for a set of hinges. I find none. I slam on the door, screaming. As obvious as the situation is becoming, it makes no sense. After 15 minutes of kicking and screaming that should have alerted every hipster and old lady in the place, there isn't so much as a knock from the other side of the door. Soundproof. Awesome, I say, inspecting the lavatory. Air duct under a decorative cover is grated, the grate welded to a plate in the ceiling, and the object of size is cleverly affixed to the floor with hidden bolts or welds. The small lamps are hardwired into the wall, which is industrial cement under its flower-printed wallpaper. This place was made to keep people. What is obvious? Why is immediately eating away at me? There are dozens of reasons someone might want me to be in this kind of situation, but this place wasn't just made. And even if it was, no one's going to build a covert prison cell on the off chance I wandered in. Yeah, that's comic book shit. They'd send some tweaker with a pawn shop pistol. The prospect that this is just something I stumbled into doesn't provide me much comfort. I've been around the block a few times, but something like this, it's out of my wheelhouse. After a couple of hours, I noticed the silence. The pure, uncanny lack of noise. The place was nearly full when I came in, tea house or no. I should be hearing the sounds of commerce outside. If you're reading this, you're likely the kind of person that doesn't have to ditch your phone much, and probably asking why I wasn't calling 911. Well, unfortunately, my life has led me down a different path, and I find myself, unfortunately, between phones. Thankfully, I've always been partial to a wristwatch, so I at least can mark the passage of time. I assume I'm being recorded, and spend the first 24 hours talking to whoever may be listening, dropping names, making offers, anything I can do to get some kind of response. Nothing. Fear and panic begin to set in on the second day. Hunger starts to tear at my stomach, and a sense of powerlessness and isolation sets in. By day 3, my body's cramped and aching. My sleep coming on a hard cement floor disguised as tile. My brain is fogged from lack of food and proper rest. My mouth tastes of the gritty tap water. I realize no one's going to be looking for me. Had this been before a job, I could be guaranteed the client would come searching, looking to take their payment out of my ass. And with the types of folks who employ me, it'd likely have been within hours. But as is, a private person such as myself, there's no Deus Ex Machina on its way. Day 3 teaches me something about mints. The stale, clumped bowls sat on a small shelf at the bottom of the over-the-john cabinet. A thin layer of dust coated them, making me assume they were some form of decorative soap. Instead of ancient, likely turned pastel mints, I was desperate enough to eat them, figuring any calories would be better than none. Friends of mine in prison could have told me that this was a bad idea. Toothpaste ulcers are a known thing. See, mint, especially cheap menthol-based flavoring on an empty, let alone malnourished stomach, is just about the worst thing you can do. I entered day 4 puking blood and yellow bile. I wiped my mouth and stopped dead on my trip to the low-pressure faucet to wash out my mouth. Those mints, the same ones that had burned through the remnants of my stomach lining. Undistributed layers of dust and all, were back. This was impossible. At no point was I asleep or anywhere more than a foot or two away from the bowl. I close my eyes, shake my head, and wash out my mouth, putting this bit of information on the back burner for now. Day 4, as I feel my tartar-coated teeth start to ache, I realize I need to make a plan. I start this by going over every inch of the bathroom again, trying to find any flaw or object I can use to make an escape. I keep my focus thinking of the long conversation I'm going to have with whoever put me in this shitty Saw knockoff. I peel back every bit of wallpaper I can. I rummage through every cabinet. I claw and pry every surface where it's even a remote possibility. By the time I nearly collapse, my rapidly thinning form soaked in sweat, I found something. But the objects in question just confused me further. A 1930s-style straight razor, yellowed pearl handle, a magazine from around the same time, written in a Cyrillic language I can't even begin to guess at, a rusted old fountain pen, and a worn leather-bound journal. What made these things stand out were small numbers hidden on each. The razor had a 1 etched into the back end of the blade, hidden by the handle. The magazine was issue number 2. The fountain pen had a year embossed on its oxidized surface, the only legible number being 3, and within a swirling, looping pattern burned into the leather of the journal, a 4 could be made out. My mind quickly concocts a scenario. Some idiot obsessed with escape rooms, maybe. I'm sure there's some obtuse way I'm intended to use these things to get myself out. That being said, I'm not the guy you want to piss off and give a razor to. At first, I latch on to the vicious truth as a torch against the dismal fatality of my situation. But then I begin to think about the mints. Someone had to replace them. That means someone has to come in. I turn the blade in my hand, fear and anger turning my brain into a derailed train of revenge and uncertainty. I dump the mints into the toilet and flush, their long-since-expired colors running the instant they touch the water, blending together and turning it an unhealthy brown. A few hours later, I feign sleep, my breathing low and shallow, waiting to hear that first footstep. I'm hurting. Nowhere near full strength, but I almost pity whatever unlucky bastard walks through that door. I don't hear the click of the doorknob, or the first footstep, but I feel a cold gust of air blow into the bathroom, strangely stale and dry. But I'm up in a flash, malnourished muscles screaming in protest, threatening to pull and cramp. He's a big guy, 230 at least, short, but with a worker's build to him. He's standing between the door and the bathroom counter. I'd prefer to just run, but there's no way I'm getting out of there without going through him. His brown suit's old, and his long graying hair is greasy and matted. I grin as I grab his shoulder and spin him towards me. I slam the man up against the cement wall. A death grip on his oily-feeling suit. The razor's under his chin, but as I see his face, I freeze. It's a twisted, sunken, funhouse mirror mockery of the human form. A leering, jowled, pig-eyed abomination. It stares at me. The hatred in those tiny orbs chills me to the bone. I've been scared before. This guy could be a sideshow freak all he wants. He's still gonna bleed. I swipe the razor in an arc that should have left him clutching his ruined neck on the tile floor. But the blade passes through the man's body as if he were made of smoke. The laugh, it sounded like a chorus of dying rabbits, like human screams drawn from memory. I'm tossed like a toy into the far wall. I see out the door for the first time in days, and what's out there? This is the tea room. It's far more like a bedroom. The thing looms at the far end of the tiny room. With every passing second, shadows deepen. The air seems to take on a weight, and this creature, this ghost-like thing, seems taller, more imposing. My heart's pumping too fast. I begin to see black spots along the edge of my vision. My nutrient-devoid blood, doing its best to keep me going. Its rictus grin stretches. The spectre retrieves the razor from the floor, looking longingly at it. I try to push past the fear, to get to my feet, maybe make a run to the door, but there's a burst of pain in my chest. Broken ribs for sure. The pain and shock makes me fall flat on my face. I try desperately to get up, but I can't manage to do it. I feel grateful as the darkness overtakes my vision, knowing whatever this man or thing has planned for me, it's better I don't see it coming. I wake up to a headache brought on by hunger and dehydration. The bathroom is immaculate again. The lights are lower and there's a weight, a palpable sense of wrong in the air. And then I hear it. I can't! It's a thin voice. Female. Young. She says more, but no matter how hard I listen to the sourceless voice, I can't is all I can make out. It repeats at erratic intervals, seeming to come from random points in the room. I drink, but the tepid water sits like a rock in my stomach, and as I watch the thin trickle in the dim light, I notice the color's off. Slightly rust-tinted. I attempt to use the toilet and find it no longer flushes. My grim laugh seems to echo in the tiny chamber. I have a hard time accepting something I'm sure you guys understood a few minutes ago. I try any way I can to convince myself this is all smoke and mirrors, but the weight of being in the middle of some kind of supernatural clusterfuck smothers me. I search the bathroom again. Everything seems to be a little more worn, but everything seems the same, with the exception of the razor being missing. I hear a scratching inside of the sink cabinet, small and quick, like something wants to get out. I gag, hot. Acidic bile fills my mouth as I try and wash it out. I see a small, black, almost insect-like claw protruding from the faucet. It bends upward, tapping along the brass, extending itself about 6 inches before retracting inward. I decide I'd rather taste puke. I know I can't have much time left. Every movement sends bolts of pain through me, and if I don't get these ribs patched up, there's a real chance of punctured lung. Not to mention the fact I'm going on nearly a week without food. If this is all random chaos, I'm screwed either way, but I try to press on with the only clue I have. I begin to flip through the magazine, trying to find any scrap of text I can read. I've done this a dozen times already the day before, but I need something to keep my mind off the horrors that seem to be waiting just beyond every crevice and shadow in this place. And then I see it. something that wasn't there yesterday. An article in plain English, Poltergeist and Sacrifice by a woman named Laura Sett. Poltergeist activity is often misconstrued as being caused by a particularly vengeful or evil spirit. While there are some similarities to a haunting, poltergeist activity has a differing source, and therefore a different method of appeasement. Most often, a poltergeist manifestation is caused not by an individual spirit, but by the combined spiritual weight of an event. A true case of the total being greater than the sum of its parts. The negative energy, individual souls, and a history of the location, through as of yet unknown means, combine to create something more akin to a minor god than a powerful spirit. And as such, traditional methods of removal, such as those offered by various religious and mystic organizations, are ineffective. The only true way to keep manifestation at bay is via a complicated form of sacrifice, often after recreating key parts of the event that triggered the manifestation. Sacrifices can run the gamut of trivial to lethal, but as seen, repercussions of an unchecked manifestation will seldom not be worth the cost. There was more to the article, but as I finished, the lights began to flicker and dim, and the magazine began to crumble in my hands. I can't eat. I hear the voice clearer now. I still can't make out all of what she's saying, but she sounds clearer. The room's no longer silent. The scratching and tapping from the sink is more rapid, more purposeful. I can hear faint music outside of the room. An old phonograph, I think? The hellish orange strobe of the lights turns shadows into looming creatures. I can't tell what's starvation-induced hallucination and what's some kind of force I'll never understand. I'm rattled and unhinged. I scream at the girl to shut up, but of course she doesn't listen. I think about praying, but me and the guy upstairs haven't been on good terms in a long while. I see movement on the ceiling. I feel the humidity rise and get the sense of something unstoppable starting to gain steam. My mind wants to think of nothing but the things in the shadows. I feel something thin and rubbery caress my cheek in a moment of darkness and force myself to think about the pen. In a eureka moment, I try to jam the nib into my arm, but it passes through mockingly. But in the flash of orange light, I see something. The corner of the counter is cracked and rotten now, caked with rust-colored, half-congealed blood. Jagged splinters stick out like grasping fingers, and I laugh a sick chortle as I realize what I have to do. I slam my forehead into the serrated corner, screaming in pain. The sound and echo of my fraying sanity, the wood and steel, tear a massive piece out of me, my starvation-thinned flesh splintering like an overripe pear. And for a moment I see it, just a flash. Trapped little girl. An evil old man. Long before they became gears in the horror-producing machine. When I snap out of it, the room's dark. The sounds of formless things all around me. For a brief second or two, one of the lights produces a dim glow before going out. My left hand isn't working. Must have hit a tendon or a nerve. I uncapped the pen with my teeth, holding it under the torn limb. The blood seems to give the pen weight well beyond its few milliliters. I can't eat. I need... the girl says. Her voice seems right next to me now. In another dim flash of a dying bulb, I see a twisted mass of clicking tendrils scraping my blood and flesh greedily from the counter. I hear laughter, real and followed with hot, reeking breath. I turn to see a leering, faceless grin, illuminated and formed out of the wall. The room feels more claustrophobic by the second. The things I see in the sparse, dull orange flashes of light seem to focus on me. Tendrils like hot smoke begin to wind around my leg. A hand, massive and not quite human, grasps my shoulder. I feel swarmed by things I can neither fathom nor see. I steady my breathing and wait. I know I'll have to write something, but what? The dull orange glow, like a dying candle, gives the barest of light. I flip through the journal, seeing nothing but blank pages. I clench the pen in my teeth, hard enough to crack one of my molars. The glow dies and my heart sinks, but as I flip a page, I feel something, some indent. The hand pushes down on my shoulder as the tendrils begin to pull me up towards the sink. I have no strength to fight. It takes everything in me to keep conscious. I see the cavern of pitch black I'm being dragged towards as the light pulses, the glow barely able to pierce the gloom. This place is turned into a senseless hellscape, but I see it. I can trace the outline with my hand as if someone has pressed too hard with a pen, see the indented words and begin to trace over them with the pen. I'm sorry. I have to roll over my damaged arm, tearing out a page and slipping it under the door. Something inside the limb snaps and I feel a deep pain shoot up to my elbow. For a moment, I'm sure I guessed wrong. My foot inches from the onyx-fanged maw the sink cabinet's become, but then din of the hellscape switches off. I no longer feel the unholy presence of whatever unnatural things were slipping from the cracks in reality. I'm standing in a void, still calm as death. In every direction but one is nothing but endless nothing. The bathroom mirror floats, fixed in space. I feel myself drawn to it in awe of it. I see the girl for the second time, and I'm overwhelmed with sadness. She's a flickering, pale thing. Her body's broken, the victim of the kind of violence the worst person I know wouldn't even think about. I can't eat. I need... I hear. The voice is soft this time, almost sweet. Of all the wounds on the girl, the one that stands out the most is her destroyed wreck of a mouth. I feel mad for her, despite my situation. I hear her crying now, and the situation starts to come together. The starvation, the entrapment, the torture, they fit together like the combination to a safe. You see the forms of dozens of people to either side of her as she closes the distance. She's right in front of me now. When I finally hear her clearly, it sounds different, like I'm hearing a recording of events. I can't eat. I need teeth. I hear her as her dead eyes hold me in a trance. She raises one hand. The cold, dead flesh gently rests on my cheek. It passes through the cheek harmlessly, but as it makes contact with my teeth, I feel the worst pain I've experienced. A pain so severe as it overshadows the mindfuck itself. A pain I wake up most nights in a cold sweat about to this day. She scoops them out like gutting a pumpkin. I can't beg or pull away. I can't even scream, even as each inch of movement has me internally begging for death. There isn't blood. In fact, if I didn't know any better, I wouldn't even know I ever had teeth. But as the apparition stares at them greedily, that's cold comfort. The girl walks away, and after a few paces, reality comes crashing back down around me. On my side, my arms stopped bleeding, but the flesh looks like it's melted away, fused and bubbled as the door opens. I have enough strength to stand, but I'm not sure how long it'll last. There's a dozen people outside of the door. In front of me is a well-kept man in his 50s, in what looks like his Sunday best. "Thank you," he says, handing me a comically small towel for the amount of filth and blood I'm covered in. I can do nothing more than glare at the group as I leave, holding onto the wall for support. I got out of that town and went dark for a while. Mostly getting used to the lifestyle changes a week or so of malnutrition and torture can cause. But that brings me to why I decided to, pun intended, spill the tea here. See, I've got a question. Do I keep myself hidden? Take this as a win? Never look back? Or do I maybe try and get a little non-divine retribution? I don't know how possible that would be, but I guess that's where you all come in. Let me know what you think. So I'm writing here because I have no idea where else to share this. Who else could I even share this with? What I'm about to tell you is going to sound super cliche, I know, but I promise you it's not what you think. I guess I'll just start from the beginning. A while ago, my little brother Tyler got his hands on a copy of that new Pokemon game, Scarlet or something. Sorry, I'm not really into video games myself. He had been whining about wanting a copy since all of his friends already had the game, but his birthday's coming up at the end of the month, so we were all planning on getting it for him then. But the other day, he comes home from school, happy as a clam, with a new game card popped into his Switch. Now, our mom immediately grilled him on where he got it from. He insisted that he only was borrowing it. He said his friend Tony had lent it to him, so of course, first thing Mom does is call up Tony's folks and make sure that this is true. At first, she's pretty irritated because she had just bought the game for him the other day, but oddly enough, when she went to confront him about it, Tony was sitting in his room playing the game. It couldn't have been his after all. This was confusing to all of us, so my mom asked him about it, and when pressed, Tony said that he had borrowed it from another friend at school at the beginning of the week, but the game had started acting funny, and then he got his own copy. So, seeing that Tyler didn't have the game, he then lent it on to him. He said he could just return it when he was done in his place. He then asked what he meant by the game was acting funny, and he sort of shrugged it off. He said that the game was released with a load of bugs in it. Glitches were common. He then asked who he had borrowed the game from and said, Aiden. Of course, nothing can be easy, so Tony didn't remember his last name. So we decided the best thing to do was to email the school and tell them that we had the game and were trying to find who owned it and to make sure that it really was okay to borrow. In the meantime, however, Tyler begged and begged to still be allowed to play. My mom supposed it should be all right, but told him that as soon as we found the owner, he'd have to return the game. Tyler excitedly agreed, and that was that. Well, a few days passed and nothing seemed terribly amiss. This is except Tyler kept babbling about some weird glitch that he kept getting. When asked about it, he said that a random character with the same name as his would sometimes appear and say nonsense text before disappearing. It would make his game crash, which annoyed him, but otherwise didn't bother him too much. That is, at least until it started happening more frequently. Tyler started getting so annoyed that he stopped playing the game for a little while. At this point, I was growing curious about the glitch, so when Tyler discarded his Switch to go play outside, I snatched it up. When I started up the game, bright colors and rendered sceneries met my eyes. It took me a moment to figure out how the controls worked, but eventually I managed to start running around. It was pretty cute. It actually made me contemplate genuinely giving it a try myself. But over the course of me trying it out, nothing odd happened. Eventually, I got tired of it and set the console down on my bedside table. The rest of the evening passed and nothing of note happened. Before I knew it, I was in bed for the night. I was just on the brink of sleep when suddenly a shrill, electronic noise rang out through the room. I immediately sat up and looked around the room. I had forgotten I'd left the Switch on my bedside table, and somehow it had come out of sleep mode. The screeching noise it had previously made had stopped as it silently sat on the home screen, waiting to be unlocked. Having no idea what had caused the noise, I picked it up and unlocked it. The game seemed normal enough, and I squinted my eyes at the bright light in the dark room. Shrugging it off, I hit the power button again and set it back down. Again, I lied back down and tried to go back to bed. And again, the silence was broken by that weird electronic shrieking sound. And what's worse, the lights in my room suddenly flickered before going dark again. At this point, you could say I was sufficiently creeped out. At this point, I became acutely aware of the unsettling feeling of being watched. I scanned my room for any signs of danger, but there was nothing there. No one else had been woken up by the weird noise and lights, and the house was quiet. Again, my room was dimly lit by the screen of the switch powering on again, so I grabbed it to see what the hell was going on. The lock screen was visible, but it was acting kind of strangely. It seemed to jitter and flicker in ways I'd never seen it behave before. Hoping my brother's system hadn't somehow broken, I decided to unlock it and make sure nothing was amiss. So I mashed the buttons on the home screen and waited. Once again, the bright, colorful world greeted me, but something else was off. It wasn't where I recall leaving my character. I was standing up on top of a very steep cliff. Suddenly, my character moved without my input and leapt from the cliff. I was horrified until right before hitting the ground below, the character bounced upright, clinging to some kind of cell phone device. I sighed with relief, then looked around where my character had fallen. It was some kind of dense forest. It looked really out of place with the rest of the map. They seemed to be in a completely different style than the rest of the game. It looked almost far more realistic. Suddenly, the screen was filled with a different character. The soundtrack began oddly skipping and occasionally creating that awful screeching. The little name plaque above the character read, Aiden. Now, this character looked differently from all the others in the game that I had seen. It was in the same style, but something was off. His eyes seemed dull and lifeless, a little more sunken into his head. Its proportions were also ever slightly more realistic than the other highly stylized models. Nothing was inherently grotesque about it, that is. I guess the best way to put it was that it kind of fell into the uncanny valley. This Aiden character stared dully at me before a dialogue box popped up. Just as Tyler had described, it was a bunch of nonsense, just numbers scrolling past the screen. They repeated again and again, and no matter how many times I pressed any button, I couldn't close out of it, so I hit the power button again. I sat quietly in my room, in the dark, listening to the pounding of my heart. The hell was happening? I barely had time to process before the silence was broken by the screeching again. The switch had turned on again and unlocked itself. Again, that uncanny valley character stared back at me, closer to the camera this time. It spammed the same string of numbers again and again. The oddly skipping and screeching soundtrack seemed to grow louder, and it was really starting to freak me out. I hit the power button, but this time nothing happened. The numbers repeated again and again, and I mashed the power button again and again until finally the screen went black. But when I stared into the black reflective surface, a pair of eyes that weren't my own stared back. This time the eyes looked real. Still, they were wrong. The eyes were sunken, dull, and lifeless. They filled me with as much pity as they did fear. One last time the screen lit up. This time they repeated the numbers a single time. My heart raced, but I leaned in closer to give them a proper look. These weren't numbers, they were coordinates. My heart raced. And I pulled up a search engine on my phone. I plugged in the numbers and went to a satellite view of the map. I don't know what compelled me at this point. I mean, yeah, I know it was incredibly foolish, but all I can say in my defense is that those eyes that stared back at me were so pitifully reminded me so much of little Tyler that I couldn't stop myself. I snuck down the hallway as fast as I could and I snagged the keys. Fortunately, I just gotten my license this year, so I quickly hopped into the family sedan and I took off as quickly as I could. And by some miracle, my phone didn't blow up, so I guess I got out unnoticed. The coordinates were about an hour away. But it was only about 11 p.m., so I had plenty of time to get back before morning. Eventually, the road took me far outside of our town and started elevating into the mountains that sat just outside of the city limits. The road twisted and turned, and it was incredibly unpleasant to drive on. And as I grew closer and closer to the coordinates, I noticed a lot of loose dirt and rubble near the road. Suddenly I had come to a stop. Huge chunks of earth scattered across the road, partially obscured deep tire marks. Just ahead of that was a guardrail that had been busted clean off. I got a really bad feeling in my gut as I pulled over to the side of the road. With shaky legs, I got out of the car and walked up to the edge. My heart leapt into my throat when I saw the smashed-up shell of an SUV down below. A few hours later, and the place was crawling with a rescue team. I got severely scolded for running off with the car, but my grounding sentence was softened, all things considered. See, when the search and rescue got down to the car, they realized it was a family that had gone missing. And sadly, none of them made it. It was a husband and wife, and their little boy, Aiden. They had been on their way to go geocaching when a landslide suddenly knocked them off the road. Their surviving family eventually got a hold of us and wanted to thank us for finding them. They said Tyler could keep the game. Aiden would have wanted it. This whole thing was such an odd experience. I'm honestly not sure how to process it all. The glitch never happened again. There's been no weirdness since. I sometimes wonder if I imagine the whole thing, but then I remember those coordinates flashing across the screen. Whatever the case, I hope that little Aiden can rest in peace now. Let me clear the air a little so that we're all on the same page. I know you're probably wondering why I would even ask something like this. I work as an in-home health aide for the elderly in my community, and up until a few months ago, I hardly believed in the supernatural at all. It started when one of my regular clients, Ronnie, began confusing me with his deceased grandson, Sam, or at least that's what I thought was happening. I assumed because Ronnie had recently moved back in with his family, that the memories of him were too great to ignore, so the first few times it happened, I shrugged it off. The third time it occurred, I realized that he wasn't actually referring to me as Sam, but he seemed to believe that he was in the room with us. "That's such a cute bear you have there," he said one day, as I pushed his wheelchair to the dining room. I decided to finally address the issue head on. "Ronnie, who are you speaking to?" I asked, as I started to prepare his meal. "Sam, of course. He's got a new teddy bear, and he's playing with it," he said, matter-of-factly, gesturing to the empty chair. "You believe that Sam's here?" "Ronnie, do you remember what happened to Sam a few years back?" I want to make it clear, I wasn't saying these words to confuse my client or make him feel stupid for his beliefs or even hurt his feelings. He'd been showing signs of improvement in his memory thanks to some new medicine that his son has him on. In fact, it surprised me more when Ronnie told me exactly what he remembered. "Of course I do. Don't treat me like a child. He fell down the stairs. He broke his neck. I was the one who found him, goddammit," he said irritably. But he was also adamant that Sam's spirit was there in the room, some essence of his grandson remained. I brought up the matter to his family immediately when the wife returned from work that evening. "So he believes that he's seeing Sam's spirit?" she asked me. There were tears in her eyes. I wasn't under the family's employment when they lost their only child, but just in the short time that I'd been here, I could easily tell that the little boy was loved very much. I was just wondering if you wanted me to do anything about it. I mean, it's not exactly healthy for him to exhibit this sort of behavior. I pointed out. I'll talk with Martin about it, see what he recommends, but honestly, her voice was quivering as she held back more tears. I don't see the harm in it at all. Not one to argue with my employer, I decided to let it drop and played pretend with Ronnie any time that they wanted to claim that Sam was in the room. One time we were out watering his plants, and he had put me on weeding, claiming that he wanted to plant some new tulips for spring. I was feeling particularly irritated with him that day because he kept complaining about how the ghost was asking for things a certain way. Prune those hedges too while you're at it. Sam likes to look out towards the woods. I dropped my tools and glared at the old man. Forgive me for sounding rude, sir, but I'm sick and tired of taking orders from a spirit. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not doing a thing unless your family requests it specifically, I blurted out. Sam is my family, he countered. He doesn't exist. I'm tired of playing make-believe, I argued. I stormed out of the garden away from his wheelchair, too frustrated to argue with the confused elderly man any longer. I walked to the kitchen and grabbed myself a drink, staring at the pictures of Sam on the fridge, ones that were on display. He was a very lively and very happy little boy. I suddenly felt very guilty for not feeding Ronnie's fantasies, and walked back to the garden to apologize. That was when I saw him on the ground, like he had had a stroke. I ran over to him and saw his eyes rolled back, and I tried to keep his airways as open as possible as I panicked and reached for my cell phone. Emergency services arrived and took him to the clinic that same afternoon, and I half expected my job to be over when Martin and his wife called me. How is he? How bad was the seizures? I asked. Stroke was only a minor one. We're calling you to ask if you saw anyone in the garden alongside Dad, Martin answered. No, why? What happened? I asked. He showed me the images that the clinic had taken. There appeared to be handprints on Ronnie's neck, indicating that he had been strangled. They sent it over to the police to see if it matches anything in the database still. I feel like it might have been a good idea to install security cameras near the back patio, he told me. I kept staring at the bruises, baffled at how an intruder could have entered and left so quickly without me hearing them. Ronnie didn't remember much of anything about the assault, and I used the next few weeks to guide him through physical therapy. I noticed that he seemed less enthusiastic about anything after the incident, and I found out the reason why when I was reorganizing the upstairs closet. Quite a few toys in here that could go to Goodwill, Ronnie. What do you say? You could get out of the house for the rest of the day and pick up a burger from Steak and Shake? I suggested. Maybe we can find Sam, he said softly. I paused in my duties and climbed off the stepladder to look him dead in the eye. Ronnie, have you not been seeing Sam lately? I asked. Not since the garden. You made him sad and angry and he ran away, he muttered irritably. I gave him a curious look and remarked, well, maybe I can help him come back. I went to the garden and began to trim the hedges, as he had originally requested, so that he could get a view of the forest. It was the least I could do, given the behavior I had demonstrated. You really think this will bring Sam back? He asked excitedly. Well, we can cross our fingers and hope for the best. Now what do we say we take these toys to Goodwill? I paused and then reconsidered, realizing that some of the items I had boxed up were Sam's. Do you think that Sam would mind if I donate his things? I asked him. I don't know. You have to ask him when he gets back, the old man said. I sighed, realizing that was the response I should have anticipated. It seemed like every effort I was making to appease his fantasy was a step forward, but then a few backward as well. I did as much as I could for Ronnie that week to set things up in the house the way Sam would have wanted. I have to admit, it was odd playing make-believe that I was pleasing a ghost, but it all paid off that Saturday, when we were watching Judge Judy in the den. For a short moment, there was a power outage, and I told Ronnie I would go check the breaker. When I got back, I found he was sobbing. He looked toward the nearby window. It looked like someone had opened it, just enough to crawl through. What is it? Did something happen? I asked, my mind flashing back to the last time I had left him alone. He's back. You did it. Thank God my Sammy's back, he said as he wiped tears away. I walked over to the window and was about to close it. Then he reached out and stopped me. Don't. It makes him feel locked up, Ronnie told me. The room felt different, and I considered the possibility that there really was a spirit in the room with us. It just felt like there was a presence there, and I had never seen Ronnie happier, so I didn't dispute it. The next week, I kept listening to his demands. Martin and Melody were heading out of town for a business retreat in Colorado, and had told me they would love to have me stay there the whole time to watch after Ronnie. I figured it'd be the perfect time to help him be satisfied with everything that his ghost needed. It started out innocently enough, keeping the air condition low because Sam was too warm, or it was to keep lights on because the spirit was scared of the dark, or watching a certain TV program because it was his favorite. But then he asked me to start bringing a few things down from the attic and decorating Sam's old room. There were boxes of toys up there that just collected dust. Before I did anything major, though, I Skyped Melody to make sure it wouldn't offend him. I know you've done your best to move on from the tragedy. That's why I figured it was best to talk to you, I explained as I showed her some of the things. Where did you find all of this? Melody asked. Up in the attic, in boxes. Your dad told me that was where you'd put all the stuff, I explained. She paused for a second as she looked over the items. None of this is Sam's, she decided firmly. What? I asked in confusion. We donated the majority of his things right after he passed. You probably found a few trinkets from the previous owners or something, she explained. I frowned in confusion and told her I had to go. I decided to start doing a little research. When it comes to real estate and the history of a house, there really isn't a better place to look than a local library. Unfortunately, that meant leaving Ronnie alone, unattended, for a few hours. I had made sure that he had everything he needed, started to find out more about the house. It didn't take long for me to find something out of the ordinary. According to the archives I found, the house was owned by a couple for almost 30 years, before they mysteriously vanished. Another article said that their son was the one responsible for killing them, and then killing himself. Reports of child abuse were filed, but nothing ever actually done about it. Other snippets claimed that the boy was a monster, constantly demanding every little thing from his parents. It got so bad they locked him in the attic. There was even a picture of the little boy from back in the late 70s. And they had a striking resemblance to Sam. From far off, I would wager they looked identical. In the picture, the little boy had a toy bear. I borrowed a few books, continued the research on, even in front of Ronnie, because what I was learning fascinated me. What are you reading? Ronnie asked as he rolled up behind me. I closed the laptop shut quickly and muttered, just a little mystery novel. I think it's time for your bath. He grumbled, but didn't object as we went to the washroom. While I got everything ready, my mind was making a few connections to the recent events surrounding the ghost that Ronnie had been talking to. A young boy that lost his family. The ghost didn't like to be in the dark or windows closed, locked away with his toys in the attic. I wasn't one to jump to conclusions, but I was starting to believe that Ronnie was in contact with a real spirit. But not Sam's. After the bath, I got him some ice cream and sat him on the patio to talk about it. Ronnie, is Sam close by? I asked. Yeah, he's over in the garden trying to catch grasshoppers, he said delightfully. Can you call him over here? I wanted to ask him a few things. You know, he gets shy around me, so I figured maybe he would tell you and then you tell me, I said. He nodded and waited a moment before asking my final question. How old are you, Sam? Ronnie said, 8. It was the first confirmation I needed. The real Sam was only 5 when he passed. Still, I pressed onward. Do you miss your mommy and daddy? No. Another confirmation that this wasn't Sam. You don't like having windows closed or being trapped, do you? He says he likes to look at the sun, but doesn't like to be locked away, Ronnie said. I decided to change gears. It was clear that this thing was communicating with me and wasn't afraid of the questions anymore. How long have you lived here alone? 49 years. Ronnie seemed a bit confused by that answer, but I wasn't. That was exactly how long it had been since the boy I read about had died. And what happened to your mommy and daddy? They didn't... Ronnie paused. Again, disturbed by the answer he had been given. What did he say, Ronnie? I pressed him. They didn't do what I asked, so I shut them up, Ronnie muttered. That doesn't sound like Sam. I kept going, too excited to lose the connection now. Did you hurt Ronnie, too, the other day in the garden? Yes. Why? Didn't do what I said. I like it when he listens, Ronnie said, and then muttered, I don't like this anymore. Stop with the questions. I obliged him and wheeled him inside, feeling my heart beat faster as I turned on his favorite soap opera and walked back towards the garden. Whatever presence was there with me, it didn't feel friendly. I looked down towards the grass and saw a few crumples of flowers. The spirit was angry that I had called their bluff. Ronnie's a good man. Leave him alone. We don't want you here. Do you hear me? I screamed out. I don't know what I expected to happen. Maybe some poltergeist shit, stuff fly around the backyard. I walked back inside and slammed the door shut, feeling proud of myself. That night, though, the spirit retaliated. I slept in the room across from Ronnie, and I heard him making noises in the night. Normally, that means he wants to go to the bathroom, so I went in there to see what he might need, only to find that he seemed to be choking on something. I ran over to his side of the bed and used the Heimlich maneuver to make the food come up. And once he fully recovered, I saw that it looked like someone had tried to make him swallow a toy part. He looked around the room anxiously as Ronnie recovered. The window was open, and I swear I saw a shadow cross in front of it. I resolved to sleep there in his room that night. In the morning, things got worse. Ronnie was trying to take a shower, and the water constantly got boiling hot. He even cussed a few times at me, and then some of his things were going missing. He even started to blame me. And where the hell's Sam? Haven't seen him yesterday since you interrogated him, he muttered. I decided it was time to come straight with Ronnie. He seemed like he was in a good state of mind to talk sense to, so I told him about the spirit and how he had been lied to. Much to my surprise, he was even angrier than me. What we need is a damn exorcist, he suggested. I told him I'd look into it, but the search I made seemed to turn up very few results. It's not like this is something you could just find in the yellow pages. Later that afternoon, I saw that Ronnie had been locked out of the house somehow. I apologized to him. I told him that it must have been that spirit again playing tricks on us. Are you crazy? Sam was with me the whole time. He was as upset with me that we were locked out, Ronnie muttered. I froze as I looked past the old man and realized the ghost was toying with him again. I told you to leave us alone, I muttered angrily at the old phantom. Don't talk to my grandson that way. I'll have you know, I could have you replaced, Ronnie remarked. I shook my head in desperation, realizing the ghost had managed to trick him again and make him think this really was his grandson. I decided my only option was to perform the exorcism myself. I'm not gonna lie, looking up bizarre rituals and possessions online felt out of place for me. I mean, none of it made a lick of sense. But after a few hours of dabbling here and there, I found a few solid leads on the proper ritual to undertake to clean a house. I decided to do it the next day when Ronnie took a nap. I didn't want him to have a heart attack if the ghost decided to fight back. I finished all the preparations around 3:30 that afternoon and called out to the spirit. Some part of me expected that maybe it was just going to leave of its own accord when it saw the different measures I had taken to ward it off. Instead, the vicious ghost attacked me with full force, starting to levitate objects and tossing them towards me as I began to chant the necessary words. I heard screaming. I looked toward Ronnie, worried that he would wake up to see the mysterious force that was wrecking his home. I kept going. I could feel something tightening their grip around my chest and neck the same way Ronnie had been attacked in the garden. I finished the spell just as I was about to lose air, and then everything in the house grew silent. Windows shattered, and wind rushed out. I felt a chill run down my spine, and then nothing happened. Ronnie woke with a start, clearly confused by the mess. I told him it was burglars, and he returned to sleep. I spent the rest of the day cleaning up, feeling rather proud of myself for having accomplished something so mystical. That was about a week back, and we haven't heard from the spirit since. I mean, you'd think that would be good news, but I see Ronnie the way he used to be when I first came here. Distant, forlorn, looking out towards the woods as though expecting to see his grandson again. Martin and Melody have asked me why he no longer speaks about Sam, and I haven't had the heart to explain exactly what happened, or that it was never Sam to begin with. I sat down and I talked with Ronnie a few days ago. A little heart-to-heart to figure it all out. You miss him, don't you? I asked. Every damn day. Sammy was a light in my life, Ronnie muttered. I miss him too, Ronnie. But the thing that was here with us, it wasn't Sam, I told him. He looked at me confused. Wasn't my Sammy? What are you talking about? Do you think I wouldn't know my own grandson? He tried to hurt you, I told him. It was an accident. I fell. Sam would never hurt me, not my Sam. He paused and then looked at me angrily. You're the reason he's gone, he muttered. Ronnie, I was trying to protect you. It was a lie. It wasn't Sam. He looked down at his hands, sad and defeated. Maybe it wasn't, he admitted. Then he curled his lips up and tears trickled down his cheeks. Why did he have to go? He was hurting us, Ronnie, I repeated to him. His eyes glazed again in confusion as he started to repeat, Bring him back. I miss him. I couldn't let the argument linger any further. I asked Melody if there was anything I could do to help make this right. I told you before, let him have his fun. That ghost was the world to him. Why would you take it away? But if it wasn't Sam, I asked her. She didn't seem to quite understand what I was asking, but her answer is what spurred my inquiry here. I mean, I looked online. I tried as hard as I can for the past few days to find anything that might reverse the spell, but I haven't found anything. And Ronnie's only gotten more and more detached from all of us. He hardly eats. He hardly even talks. The only time he even has a bit of color on his face is when we go to the garden. I keep the shrubs trimmed so that he can look towards the woods. And maybe there's an off chance that something might find its way here to bring comfort to him again. Yeah, I know it sounds foolish. To let a spirit wander into our lives or to wish that a particularly dangerous one could return, but I thought about it for a while and I don't think it would do us harm if we do as it asks. You know, it probably doesn't make sense to you, but if you saw Ronnie, if you saw the way his eyes glazed over when we put away the old trinkets into the attic again, you'd know why this matters so much. It wasn't Sam, you know, I told him as I closed the attic door. It was one last attempt to help him see the truth. Ronnie grew even sadder as he looked down at the floor. He repeated what his daughter-in-law had said almost exactly. Even if that's true, to me it was him. So why take that away from me? He asked. I couldn't find an answer to that question. I still don't have one. Maybe I'm not meant to. So I ask again on behalf of a lonely and sad grandfather, does anyone know if you can reverse an exorcism? Amir sat and stared ahead, comprehension and the dread that came with it, washing away the thin film of alcohol that had been clinging to his senses. He'd just gotten home a day ago, and the cold that had stolen in while he'd been gone seemed to linger, no matter what he did. He just wanted to escape, to remember what he'd had, and maybe take a moment to forget that his life was falling apart around him. It had been 2 weeks of endless prodding and interrogations by the people who called themselves fans of her work, of offensive clickbait articles and outright lies that he'd jumped on with particular viciousness. There was nothing else to be said, despite what they thought. Out of all of them, the Washington Post's article said it as best as he could expect anyone, any outsider, to do. Beloved author, officially declared missing. The article had, in spite of the paper that went with it, gone into as much detail as he'd known and wanted to discuss. Alma had gone to Vermont to a little town called Loxley to investigate a potential case and had vanished after an hour at her client's house, leaving her equipment, purse, and phone behind. She hadn't told him much in the way of details. His father had passed and he needed time to deal with it, but he'd known this particular case had bothered her, that she'd run her evidence by some of her acquaintances and received very mixed results, and that it apparently involved children in some way. And now, she was gone, leaving him in a house that felt too big for him now, with only his thoughts and memories to keep him company. The cold had started to creep in around the first week, but the loneliness had settled in much earlier. He wanted her, but she was gone, and so he'd settled for looking through her notes and emails. Alma's detractors had always said that she came across as aloof, overly academic, snobby, and uncaring. But they didn't know her like he did. Here in her notebook, her sketchbook, and hard drives was a world only he could fully appreciate. Vibrant with her little eccentricities, her dry humor, and the in-jokes that only they would get. But even as he read and let himself imagine their better days, curiosity crept in and brought worry and obsession with it. Sooner rather than later, he had caved, pulled up his wife's emails, and started drinking to lessen the pain. And now he was staring at the first of the last 7 emails his wife would receive, her last case. He saw the words and understood them, even though he wished that he couldn't, and he felt his stomach writhe as he realized that he hadn't drunk nearly enough to lessen the impact. Dear Mrs. Crookshank, my name is Abby, and I wanted to know if a house could be haunted before it's even finished. Amir stood up, feeling the world tilt for one nauseating moment, before he staggered out to the bathroom. Between the first rush of vomit and the second, he had gone from telling himself that he wouldn't read the rest, that he'd let go and not pry, to accepting, with no small amount of anger, that he couldn't. When he finished cleaning himself up and he was sure that his stomach had settled, he shambled back to bed and opened up the laptop again. The first had been sent on August 19th of that year, and the last had been on December 4th. I know it's probably a really dumb question, it continued, but I'm really curious. My parents don't know that I'm doing this. They're kind of strict and not big fans of ghost hunting stuff, but I am. And I'm really, really sure that the house we're building is haunted. We're making it for my brother Theo. He's in college and he's been having a really hard time of it. He's been working really hard, but Dad and Mom think he's not going to be able to keep going there. So to make him feel better and so he doesn't take up any more space, we're building him this house. Mom and Dad thought that it was going to be really hard because it took forever to get our fence together, but it turns out to actually be really easy. Mom got some lumber people who gave them a discount. The concrete for the foundation set way faster than we were expecting, and we didn't even need to level them off much. Things only started getting weird when we actually started building the house. Nobody had any real accidents, and we got the floor and the first 4 supports up pretty well, but then Dad and Mom started acting weird. They'd keep starting to do things and then stopping. Mom kept checking and rechecking her notes and the checklist to see what we gotten done, and she and Dad would spend a long time remeasuring things and arguing. By the end of the day, they were really tired, even if they didn't get much done, and they'd look sick and go to bed early. Dad actually thought he was having a heart attack last week, and he had to go to the hospital. It turned out to be nothing, just a panic attack, but it really scared me. I did some snooping around the site, even though Mom warned me not to. There's nothing really obvious going on, at least not like in symptoms of haunted ground, but I know that something's up. The grass around the place is all weird now. It gets all pale and greasy. I put my hand in a patch and it felt like touching food at the bottom of the sink. It took me forever to wash the slime off. The ground's really soft in some spots. I nearly lost a sneaker in one patch. It's like quicksand. I pretended I noticed it the next day while we were working, and Dad said that he'd get someone on it, but he's still kind of distracted. The last thing is the actual house. Me and Andy, my little brother, went in to test and while we were, I got this feeling like someone was watching me from behind one of the posts. But those things are way too thin for someone to hide behind. Our dog, Heidi, also won't go near the spot, and we keep finding her standing at the back window and growling, and Heidi never growls, not even when we have to take her to the vet. It's been a long day. I have a cold, and my math teacher wouldn't let me go until I'd finished the homework I didn't do, even though I told her that I'd do it when I got home. Anyway, I've linked a picture of the house here, and I can get more pictures if you want them. Thank you for your time. Abby Faulkner. His wife had understandably replied in short but not terse form a day later. Alma got dozens of requests and propositions a day, and the words of a probably sheltered preteen who read her book could not have been high on her priorities. Hello, Abby. I can't say for certain whether or not a house can be haunted before it's been finished. I'm certainly not the one to say that it's impossible, though. However, I mean this kindly. I very much doubt that your house, such as it is haunted. A lot of what you've told me has a perfectly rational explanation. For instance, your parents' need to measure and remeasure and their tiredness. If they're novices at building, then they're most likely stressed out about the process. All of the mathematics and geometry that goes into making a sturdy house would explain both of those things. As for the grass changing, it's more likely that all the leveling and upending has taken away some of its nutrients. Or maybe your parents are using pesticides to clear things up. As for what you felt while you and your brother were playing, there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm fairly confident that you're just as stressed as your parents. It's a heck of a thing to do, building a house. And as far as being watched goes, maybe you were, but it was probably a deer or a fox. They can get curious too. This must have upset the wildlife a bit. So all in all, I think you're just stressed. And you should take measures to calm yourself down. Maybe read something other than my books. Something fun. An adventure or a romance. Take a nap while you can, and if you feel it getting really bad, there's no harm in asking your parents if you can opt out and take a rest. I hope you aren't offended by what I've said, and I hope you feel better soon. Sincerely, Alma Cruikshank. There'd been no response for 4 weeks after that. His wife had probably forgotten all about it. And then... I'm not making things up. We have most of the outer walls, the roof, and the windows done, and things are still bad. The grass is all gray-blue now, and it smells weird. I went inside while it was daylight and looked around. There's nothing wrong that you can see, but you can feel it. I sort of measured it by myself. The first time it was 31 heel-to-toe steps from the front door to the back window, and it was the same thing the second time. But the third time it was only 30. Then it was 28. And when I was turning around, I saw out the back window, and I swear it was sunset out there when it was like 2 in the afternoon here. I know your rules for before you can start an investigation. I have an old camera that I got for Christmas a few years ago. I'm selling a few of my things so I can buy some recording software and maybe a GoPro. If I get proof, will you come? Abby. The response from his wife was much quicker this time around, and when he tried, he could vaguely recall a day in June when his wife had sat, staring at an email with serious frown and furrowed brow, though she hadn't said anything about it then, and he had given her space. Dear Abby, I'm so sorry that you're going through this, and yes, if you give me sufficient evidence, I will try my best to come over and see what I can do. I don't want to seem mean or like I'm dismissing you, but have you talked to your parents or another adult you can trust? I've met people in the past who were overtired and overstressed, that they started seeing things and getting physically sick. You should talk to someone regardless of whether or not there are any supernatural activity. Best regards, Alma Cruikshank. The reply came only 2 days later. Mom and Dad are still really tired, and because they're tired, they're getting stressed a lot. And because they're stressed, they're getting mad easier. I heard Mom with Dad a few nights ago because she kept seeing something out of the corner of her eye. And he doesn't really care because he found a hole in the floor, and he thinks there's gophers or something. They woke Andy up with how loud they were yelling, and Andy sleeps like a rock. If I tell them what I think's happening and that I've been talking to you, they'll get mad and yell at me, and they'll make me feel small. And they might take my laptop, and I really want my distraction right now. I can't stop thinking about the house. It's always out there, wherever I look. I ordered a GoPro and some audio stuff. I hope this isn't a case where the supernatural stuff messes up the electrical stuff. I'll try to get back to you soon. I promise. The kid had not been able to keep that promise. It had been nearly a month before she reached out to Alma again. And that had been the period in which she'd been up in Canada, investigating the Haynes axe murderer house. The one that had left her pretty drained, and she'd taken a week to rest up. In that time, she got 2 emails from Abby, one text, and one that was a video link. I've been having bad dreams, too. I have them every night. Sometimes I'm walking through the forest out back. I'm holding Heidi's collar and calling for her, but I know that she's gone. I go deeper and deeper, way past where the road should be, and then I hear something bark. But it's not her. It's more like a person doing an impression. I turn to run, and the trees have all died, and there are white things coming out of all the knotholes and the places under the roots where the other animals lived. I run, but I'm slow, and the ground is getting all doughy, and I know there are things coming up, chewing their way up to get me. I've woken up and had to throw up a couple of times now. My mom took me to the doctors, but he didn't find anything. I'm really tired. Last night was even worse than usual because I got woken up from a dream where I was in Mom and Dad's bed, and I knew that the house was coming across the backyard for me. And that inside, there were knotholes full of mouths and teeth, all biting and chewing at the air. Mom and Dad found Andy sleepwalking to the patio door. He'd never done that before. I got up and heard them trying to wake him up, and when he did, he started crying because he thought that Theo was out there and he wanted to go see him. Dad made a phone call, and Theo is still in Arkansas, and he's not really the kind of person to surprise people like that anyway. They made a doctor's appointment for him. I don't think he was feeling all this, too. What if he'd actually gone out there? I feel like a terrible sister. I should call Grandma and try to get her to ask if he can spend a while down there. She likes him best. And you said that places like this aren't able to hurt people or mess with them outside of their area. I'm going to get footage tomorrow. Mom and Dad are going to be out with Andy, so I'll be good to go. I have wards with me, the kind you talked about. I hope it's enough. With that finished, and the dread curdling in his gut, he checked the video. Amir had used to suffer from motion sickness. He still did. But 13 years spent as husband to a professional ghost hunter and paranormal expert had, he'd like to think, helped him build up a decent tolerance, giving him some calluses on his cerebellum. That being said, Abby's skill with a handheld camera was way below what he was used to. Still, the picture quality was good, and she at least knew how to walk slowly. The footage showed her walking down a dirt path past a small garden and several berry bushes, whose greenery glowed in the morning sun, up to a little incline and then down the other side to the house. It was just as she said, closer to actually being a proper house. The roof had been completed and most of the siding was on, and the narrow porch now had proper stairs and a little rocking chair, though it still didn't have windows, a door, or anything on the inside. Amir paused the video. She wasn't really focusing on it, but he could still see a blotchy ring of tall, bluish-white grass around the house. It looked almost like a rash, like Lyme disease or a nasty spider bite. It was like the ground was infected. Frowning, he unpaused the video and watched as Abby walked to the porch, hesitated a moment, and then walked in. It shouldn't have struck him as hard as it did. The alienness of the place. It was just the inside of an unfinished house. His mother was a carpenter, so he was more familiar with them. Maybe he was just buying into the hype that Abby had built up, but he couldn't deny it himself that the atmosphere was noticeably different from the outside. It was in the way that all ambient sound, with the exception of the kid's slow, unsteady breaths, fell away when she'd crossed the threshold. It was also in the light that came through the back and side windows. A cold-looking light that he could swear had an amber cast to it. It drove the shadows upwards so they filled the whole top of the house, making it seem like it could have had 30 stories rather than 1.5. Abby let the camera linger on the full view before she started to move again, skirting around little towers of boxes and coils of insulated wire, all frosted with sawdust. At some point it had rained, and now the walls were staying dark in some spots, and 3 times she stopped and zoomed in on a ragged, splintery hole in the unfinished floor that he heard her say hadn't been there before. The camera shook a little as Abby fumbled with something and then brought it up to the lens. It took him a second to recognize it. A digital measuring tape. "I'm going to try to show you that it changes size," she said slowly. Her voice was higher pitched than he'd expected, though he didn't know why he'd thought that. He watched as she crept back to the front door, trained the little red dot right at the threshold, then walked quickly all the way to the back right under the windowsill. There was a moment of silence and then a beep. And finally, the hand came back into view. The little screen read 30.28. Amir paused the video as she started to turn back. For a split second, he had a clear view of the space where the back window was going to be, and there was something there that immediately had his hackles up. It took some finagling. The motion blurred a lot of it into color soup, but after a minute he had as good a picture as he was going to get, and it confirmed his worries. The view from outside the house was different, not so much as to be totally noticeable, but not too little for him to chalk it up as a bad vibe or an off feeling. The light that streamed through the bare branches was amber-tinted, and if he looked closely, he could see what shreds of the sky that were visible through the trees was reddening, as the sun set. Squinting, Amir rewound the video until Abby was just going over the crest. The sky was blue and the sun was yellow. Was it a joke? Some clever editing for a film project or something like that? If his wife hadn't gone missing, then he would have certainly thought so, but since she had... He wasn't totally sure how much he'd ever believed in the supernatural. His parents had dabbled in spiritualism, but that had always seemed like something they did out of curiosity or to try and seem like there was more to them as people than there really was. He'd never had a close friend who was a believer. He'd only been to a church a handful of times, the last being for their wedding. His wife had a lot of admirers, fellow ghost hunters, occultists, and passive believers. He'd met some of them, and now with the nameless heavy something that hung over his head, he could admit to sneering at most of them behind closed lips. More often than not, they were an unhealthy mix of tinfoil hats who thought that whichever president was currently in office was the Antichrist, the people who thought that wearing tweed and consulting a thesaurus once in a while kept them from sounding like lunatics, or man-children in Crowley shirts and lipstick, the people who showed off their handcrafted talismans like they were trying to impress the mother who'd never hugged them. But he'd never thought less of her. Maybe he believed in Alma's passion more than anything, and now he wasn't sure what to think. He had to make sure. He dragged the marker back to his first timestamp and stared. He saw something else that gave him pause. The trees were different, too. The ones he'd seen on the way in looked like pines and maple trees, but the ones he saw from the back window were thin and dark and tipped by long, squiggly, knotted branches that reminded him of a diagram he'd seen of arteries and nerves. A closer look also revealed that the trees nearest to the window was riddled with knotholes, darker than the bark around them, which was flaky and peely in a way that made him vaguely queasy. Eventually, he let the video resume. Abby turned and started to head back, only to stop as abruptly as she started. He heard a stifled gasp, and then the video panned down to another hole in the floor. The motion blur once again worked against his senses, but all the same, he was sure that he'd seen something pale and white drop out of sight into the deeper darkness. Before he could even process what he thought he'd seen, a high grating sound came through his speakers, like wood scraping against wood. Abby turned around and screamed. Was it his imagination, or was the tree that had been right outside the window a second ago now a few feet farther back? He wasn't sure. Abby ran, the camera bouncing and jostling until she reached her own back door and gone in, locking it behind her. There was a long beat of silence, but all he could see was one jean-clad leg, and then the camera dropped to the floor with a clatter as Abby sank to the ground. He heard her hyperventilation turn into full-blown, breathless sobbing, even as the camera was picked up and a shaking, pale hand held out a digital measuring tape that now read 28.4. And Amir knew that it was time to focus on other things. Alma's response came a few days later. I gave this to a friend of mine, and she wasn't sure what to make of this. Neither can I, to be honest. If this is real, then it's some of the most explicit evidence of the supernatural that I have ever seen. I need you to answer a few questions for me if you can. During the first few weeks of construction, did you or anyone else find anything in the soil? Odd stones, old tools, bits of wood, or anything like that? Where did your mother get the lumber from exactly? Do you remember the name of the company, or can you ask her? Do you know who owned the house, the one you're living in right now, before you? Have any of you ever been supernaturally afflicted in the past? Does anyone in your family have a history of mental illness? Have you seen anything inside your house as of now? Please be safe. You shouldn't go back in there anymore. Regards, Alma. After that, there were only 3 more emails. 2 from Abby, 1 from Alma. All we found were some old white rocks in the soil, but I've read wards, boundaries, and runes, and I can't see anything wrong with them. I think we threw them into the woods. Maybe they're still there? My mom says the people she got the wood from are called Masterton and Scruffy, I think. I didn't write it down because I didn't want Mom to get suspicious, and she's been on edge lately. All I know about the people who owned the house before us was that they were old, and one of them was in a wheelchair, but that's all I remember of them. My great-aunt had schizophrenia. But other than that, I think we're okay. We've never seen a ghost or felt any presence or anything. Do you count the feeling sick and bad dreams? Because if you do, then yes, but nothing else shown up since then. I really hope you come. I read that there's some kids who die from heart attacks. I feel like I'll be one of them if I keep having dreams this bad. I'm going to ask Mom and Dad if I can go see Grandma. I'm too tired to care if they get mad at me. A day later came Abby's final email. Andy's gone. I woke up and Heidi was barking, and Mom and Dad were outside shouting for him. They looked in the house, but I guess they didn't find him, and they couldn't find him anywhere else. The police came earlier, but they can't do anything until some stupid time limit's up. Mom and Dad have been crying, and Heidi's just been sitting and looking out at the house. I managed to get another video. And I think I see what she's seeing. Here. Please, please, please come quick. I'm not making this up. I never was. You're the best for this. Please try and find him. I can pay you. I've saved up. I can sell more of my stuff. Anything to get him back. Please come. Please. I'm going to Grandma's tomorrow. Mom and Dad want me safe, but I think they think it's a person when it's not. But they don't believe me. I don't care if they're angry. I don't. Just come over, please. His wife, God bless her, had responded not even 5 minutes later with, I'll come. Don't worry, it's going to be okay, I promise. Stay at your grandmother's if you can and try to be calm. If you start getting the dreams there too, then follow the instructions in my warning book or get a pastor. I'm so sorry this has been happening to you, but I believe you and I'm going to try to help. Alma. Amir closed his eyes and imagined shutting the laptop and leaving the room. Of going downstairs, getting in his car, and leaving the overwhelming memory tidal pool that she left behind for some little hotel, or getting a room with a big king bed, lying down and letting the overwhelming liminality of his surroundings, and maybe something a bit more illicit, carry him away from everything, even if it was just for a little while. But he knew that he wouldn't. I needed to see this to the very end. He knew that. After he'd seen the video, whatever it was, he was going to go through the rest of her inbox and her notes too, until he'd pieced together something close to a complete narrative. This last video was 20 seconds long. It was a mostly static shot of the doorway to see the house, which looked as unfinished as it had before. It was snowing lightly, and he could see Heidi and Abby's vague silhouettes in the glass. Once it had ended, Amir rewound and watched it again. He hadn't seen anything, though it might have just been a case of too much to take in too short an amount of time. It took him a few tries, but eventually he became aware of something. A stealthy movement out there, in the open doorway. He slowed the clip down to a crawl and zoomed in as best as Alma's computer would allow. There were things on the doorframe. A cluster of 7 very long, very thin things, so pale, and still, he didn't even notice them until they retreated into the darkness with a horrible, spidery grace. The motion led his line of sight to a spot in the corner of the door jamb. At what he'd thought had been a ray of sunlight. It moved, too, shifted and closed tight and retreated, and then he realized that he'd just seen a set of fingers, and the face of their owner moved back into the shadows. No one had fingers like that, and no one had a mouth or teeth or eyes. like that either. It was a ghost. He'd just seen a ghost. His wife had been right. She'd always been right. He felt like he'd just been given a cancer diagnosis, like the ground had dropped from under him, like the world had flown apart into little pieces. He found himself replaying the video over and over and over again, just like he'd had with the last one, only this time he couldn't deny what he'd seen. Over and over he watched as the too-wide, too-toothy mouth, which had been smiling the whole time up until the 19th second mark, closed and left the lower half of the face looking like a cut that was only just starting to heal. Then the quick disappearance of the face followed by the fingers. Were there others just behind the first one? If he squinted hard enough, he thought he could make out other shapes, but he didn't know if he was imagining things, adding extra horrors to whatever he was seeing, when what he was seeing was more than enough. He realized that he was cold, and that his legs were asleep. A quick glance at his phone revealed that it was 4 a.m. The first traces of blue were beginning to brighten the night sky, and he realized that he was exhausted. His eyes itching to close and his bones leaden. I'll have nightmares if I sleep now, he thought, frustrated and anxious. He imagined himself mustering up the will to keep searching or to pull up something wholesome to drive away at least some of the darkness that the past hours had left him mired in, but even as he did, he was closing the laptop and leaning back down, letting the cold fabric of the pillow soothe him even further. The last sparks of resistance went out, and he was asleep before he realized it. In his dream, he was in a crowded, tangled forest of black, flaky trees with trunks full of holes and the tops crowned with branches like arteries. It was quiet, save for the whistling of the chill wind through the branches. There was a strange, layered element to it that made him uneasy, and the ground beneath him was blue-white with snow. He moved between the trees, walking fast and slowly building up into a tireless run, his feet pacing forward, even though he knew there was something terrible waiting for him wherever he ended up. Time blurred into a long, winding path through a darkness laced with cobwebs of pink fiberglass, foam, and pale strips of something that might have been waterproofing plastic. And then he was in a little clearing. The snow here had been pushed away from the ground in places, but instead of hard, icy earth, he saw gray floorboards riddled with ragged holes whose edges bent outwards like spiky, flowery petals. Here and there, the tree trunks were spotted with what looked from a distance like clusters of yellow fungus, but when he looked closer, he realized were actually patches of hardened gap filler. The wind was starting to pick up too, that eerie, unknown quality that it had become more and more prevalent by the second, and then all at once he became aware of the wall peering through the trees on the direct opposite side of where he was standing, a wall with an empty window overlooking an unfinished room. Alma had a friend, he couldn't remember her name, who was a self-affirmed preter-dimensional scholar. She liked to come around, always unannounced, every few months to talk to his wife about something or other, and one of the few times he'd actually paid attention, she'd spoken about demimondes, places half in and half out of conventional reality. Was this a place like that? Something creaked behind him, like a palm on a loose board. The sound made him gasp, and he wanted to look back to spite himself, but his body still wouldn't obey him, so he watched because he knew that was what he was meant to do. It was afternoon over there. He could just make out the big house at the top of the hill and the edge of the garden to his left. He could also see the young girl coming his way, her steps hesitant but unceasing. She had a phone in her hand. More sounds behind him, worse ones. The boards were groaning, and so were the trees. He could hear things in the woods now, soft things, wet things, things that groped around with long fingers and moaned, hopeless and hungry. Abby was inside now. She looked about like he expected her to. Blonde hair in a ponytail, A thin face descending worryingly into haggardness, a pointed chin, big eyes behind bigger glasses. If he and Alma had ever had a daughter, she'd probably have looked at least a little bit like that. Can she see me if she really looks? He wondered, through the haze of dread clouding his mind. Now the activity behind him was reaching a fever pitch. He heard wood splintering and the slick sound of flesh tugging against, and then, through some barrier. And now the wind's cadence had changed as well. That uncanny quality, which had been building and building with the frenzy of the ghosts, had resolved into a legion of human voices, men and women of all ages, crying out into the wind. Or maybe they were the wind. He picked out his wife's voice almost immediately. Her words were mostly lost amidst the rest, but he knew what he heard. Get back. And Abby, run! Were the voices real? Were his wife and Andy Faulkner ghosts? And if that was the case, then what were the things behind him? He could feel them at his back, the weight of their collective presence and their attention. He couldn't turn around even if he wanted to. Something pale poked its way out of a knothole in the tree, just to Abby's left. The girl didn't see. She was staring right at him like she could see him, though her gaze was unfocused. Not knowing what else to do, he began pointing and shouting, parroting what the voices in the wind were telling him. Abby just stood there, her brow furrowed, her phone dangling limply from her fingers as not a foot from her. Something awful was emerging from the knothole teeth first. It was like watching an octopus squeeze through a gap in a ship's hull, rows of teeth set in anemic gums, squirming through a space far too small for them, followed by wet, white skin that, now that he was closer, didn't seem wholly there. Something that was close to being tangible, but not quite. The horror spurred him on. Body before mind, and he reached through the window and tore a line through the young girl's right cheek with his fingernails. Abby screamed. To her, it must have been soul-renderingly terrifying, and there was nothing he could do for that. Her screams only grew when she turned to flee and saw the thing that she actually had to be afraid of, which was even now pawing at her with long fingers and a doughy, unfinished face, straight out of a Francis Bacon nightmare, drooling and leering at her. She was out before he could blink, tearing through the snow on her way back up to the house. The thing from the knothole was standing now, bow-legged and tilted like it was about to fall down. It stared at him, then turned and shuffled out the door, arms raised outward like its hands were as hungry as its mouth. Something groaned right behind him, wafting cold, clinging mist across the back of his neck. It was a desolate, angry sound that made his stomach churn. I want to wake up now, he told himself, registering the feeling of a high whimper. He shut his eyes and wished desperately for it all to be over, to know that it was a dream, that it was the culmination of all that he'd read and seen that day, and all the stress and dread wearing him down, opening him up, making him vulnerable. But the teeth that came to rest ticklishly against his soft skin of the nape were all too real, and they were still real when they began to dig in. Amir woke up screaming, his mind in tatters. He screamed because of the overwhelming panic. Then he screamed when the pain hit. And when he reached a hand behind his neck and felt a warm, wet cavity just below his hairline. And when, staggering in blind terror, he stepped on a cold floorboard and felt a puff of colder air on the sole of his foot. He didn't stop screaming until the police came, and only because his voice had given out. They left the house with him shaking and moaning on a stretcher. He'd been taken to the hospital where the bite marks on his nape would be treated and frowned at by perplexed doctors. He'd be questioned, but his answers wouldn't satisfy anyone, though it would stir something cold in the hearts of the men and women who'd been in that house. If any of them had the awful feeling that there was something moving beneath the floors, something much too big to be a rat. Only a few brought it up, and only then, in the darkness of their bedrooms with their spouses or in the crowded safety of their favorite bars. Amir would try to go back to the house, though he was still reeling from what had happened. His shaky fingers caressing the little bottle of Zoloft in his pocket like a talisman. He'd go in and find that things had changed while he'd been gone. The air would be colder, the lights not as bright, the shadows just a shade deeper and a touch wider than they should be. He'd go to their bedroom and feel like he had when they'd first taken the tour, back when it was just a house and not a home. Their photo album would be on the bed. He'd remember putting it under there the last time he'd checked. He'd take it, clutch it close to his chest, bend down to see if the power cord for her laptop was still there. And that's when he'd see the big, ragged hole in the floor right between the bed and the nightstand. Then he would feel a puff of cold, damp air on his ankle, and his world would blur as he ran, leaving the house to its new owners. Back in the safety of his hotel room, he'd curl up onto the too-soft bed and let himself fall apart, clutching the only thing of theirs he'd been able to salvage as he felt the phantoms of dry, flat teeth on his nape. The house would sit there, gathering silence and stillness like a brewing storm, while its progenitor 1,000 miles away in rural Vermont did the same. Adults would talk, and their children too. Alma's fans, mourners, friends, and rivals would add fuel to the fire, and both houses would become founts of urban myth. On Halloween night, people would creep through the overgrown lawn, up and down the little hill to peer into the black entrance to the little unfinished house, or stand on the sidewalk and dare their friends to go up and knock on the door of the old Cruikshank place. Occasionally, they went even further. Most of the time, the windows and doors would be locked tight, and the security system running properly, and nothing would come of it. Sometimes a little group would venture into the unfinished house and take pictures or videos, and they'd rarely experience more than a faint heaviness in the atmosphere. But sometimes, someone would find the basement window unlocked for them, and they'd slip in unnoticed. Sometimes people would get phone calls in the middle of the night, their friends or children sobbing, telling them how sorry and scared they were, that they were in the woods and they couldn't get out. Little communities would spring up, grieving parents and kids, normal people confronted with the same truth that Alma had known and that her husband still knew, a truth that would remain even after the two houses had been torn down past their foundations. That there was a place under the skin of reality. A dark, lonely place that drew in the living, and where the dead were something else, waited with hungry mouths. I still remember how the screen door slammed that October morning. My foster father's voice, however, was even louder as he shouted after me, "Just where the hell do you boys think you're going?" I gestured over my shoulder at my friend Brett's car, idling at the end of the gravel driveway. I was going to a haunted house with some friends from school. I explained over the rumble in the motor. "Over my dead body," Frank yelled. "Get back up here!" I couldn't understand what I'd done to make Frank Little so angry. He and my foster Pam were a little rougher on the edges, but they weren't the exploiters or religious nutjobs that I'd feared when I was first put into the foster care. They'd been nothing but kind to me so far, although the look on my foster father's face suggested that that was all about to change. I wasn't scared of Frank Little, but I was afraid of what might happen if my new family rejected me. Giving up a haunted house seemed like a small price to pay to avoid the other kind of foster home. I shook my head at Brett. He rolled his eyes and drove off in a cloud of exhaust fumes, taking my hopes of fitting in at my new school with him. From now on, I'd be known as the loser who didn't celebrate Halloween. I dragged my feet on the way back to the porch, but all my irritation disappeared when I saw my foster father up close. He'd fallen, rather than sat, on the rocking chair beside the door. He was watching me with the self-shocked, pale expression of a man who'd just narrowly avoided a gruesome accident. "You ever been to one of those things before?" he asked. "A haunted house, I mean." I shook my head. That was part of the reason why I was so eager to go. They got all kinds now. Ones with mechanical monsters, ones with people in masks and jump out and grab you. At some of them, you gotta sign a waiver saying you're not responsible for whatever they do to you. You really sure you want to go to a place like that? I hadn't thought about it, but I doubted that the local spooky attractions in the small town where the Littles live was known for over-the-top horror. In fact, the bright orange flyer I'd found had said the place was kid-friendly. Frank rambled on. Of course, most places just put out those warnings for show. If they ever really did hurt anybody, they'd be out of business overnight, provided they were ever really in business to begin with. I mean, you never really know for sure who those masked figures are, do you? Ones who you've given permission to come out of the dark, touch you, maybe even drag you off someplace. Sure, it might just be an underpaid actor in a plastic costume, but can you really be sure? I'd heard rumors like that before. Campfire stories about serial killers in costumes who snuck into Halloween attractions to hunt their victims. I'd never paid them much attention, but the look on Frank's face made me reconsider. Not talking about a couple psychopaths here. What I want you to think about is this: why do haunted houses exist? I shrugged. I didn't know where this bizarre conversation was going, and at this point, I wasn't sure I wanted to find out, but Frank wasn't done. Don't think I can't see the appeal. Of course, getting scared is sort of fun. Afterwards, you walk back out into the sane, ordinary world you left behind, but what if you don't? What if it's the houses that want people to go inside and not the other way around? I take a deep breath. So my foster father thought the buildings could have personalities. There were worse kinds of crazy to be, I reminded myself, and looked wistfully down the country road where the fumes of Brett's car still lingered. This was my life now, and I'd have to make the best of it. I muttered an apology and moved towards the door, telling myself that I should count my blessings. But Frank's hand wrapped around my wrist like a claw. Look, I'm willing to bet that nothing would have happened if you boys had gone to that haunted house in town tonight. People visit haunted houses all the time, right? Nothing happens to them. Most of them. But if it did, would anyone notice the pattern? Think about it. If a cop or university professor suggested researching haunted house disappearances, they'd be laughed out of a job. So people look away, and it keeps happening. Frank drank a swig of water like a man throwing back a shot, and for the first time I wondered whether the water that he always carried with him was really a substitute for a different sort of bottle. Halloween wasn't always the big flashy holiday it is today. When I was your age, we had a few hay bales and pumpkins in front of the town hall, some cardboard witches in the windows of the elementary school. That was about it. If you wanted something fancy like a rubber mask or a costume party, you had to go to the big city, Frank sighed. I shouldn't have yelled at you, but when I saw your buddy pull up in his car, I thought back to the Halloween night when my two best friends and I took that drive. And I went to our first haunted house. Cassie and Tyler didn't have many friends. I didn't either. It may have been the only thing that the three of us had in common. It was enough. Cassie's dad never did nothing but drink and cause trouble. Most folks figured the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Tyler, on the other hand, Frank blushed. The only thing people had against him was the color of his mama's skin. It was different from his daddy's. The two of them had been dating for years, which is about as serious as it gets in high school. When they adopted me in a little group, I don't know why. Hell, maybe they was just bored. Either way, with Tyler and Cassie, I finally started doing the sort of things I'd always imagined teenagers did. Smoking in the park, walking down railroad tracks, swimming in the river in summer, having plans for Halloween night. It's the worst part. It's the part that stings. The haunted house was my idea. We had it all planned out. Tyler's mom was the editor of some magazine, and the grateful author had sent her some expensive liquor as a thank you gift. Tyler would steal the bottle, give it to Cassie, who would leave it out for her dad after school. By 6 p.m., he'd be blackout drunk. Cassie would snatch his keys, pick us up on the way out of town, go to the city where we'd trick-or-treat like little kids, visit a haunted house, try to sneak into some college parties. With the full moon rising and that fall wind in our hair, it felt like anything could happen. We had it all planned out. Frank repeated and shook his head. After buying some silly discount masks and gorging ourselves on candy bars from the rich neighborhoods, we headed for the haunted house. We hadn't kept track of time, and Cassie was afraid we wouldn't get there before close, not to mention the line. None of us were used to a city. Finding a place to park amongst all those cars, it was a nightmare. It felt like the house, with its creepy lighting effects and soundtrack of evil laughter, was teasing us. Cassie left the car in front of a fire hydrant. We took off down the sidewalk, hoping we weren't too late. The ticket guy was a kid our age in zombie face paint, an oversized pinstripe purple suit. He told us the house closed at half an hour before midnight. We were there 3 minutes too late. All he wanted to do was finish cleaning up and go home, but I guess the look on our faces made him change his mind. He sighed, took our money, and pulled back the red velvet rope in front of the front porch stairs. The place had probably been some rich farmer's estate once. It was now gray, gaunt, and rickety. There was something hungry about the way it loomed over us as we walked inside. The double doors creaked, opened automatically. It's a nice touch, I thought. We walked into a hallway lit only by creepy blue bulbs. Tyler made a joke about what shows up in blacklight, and we all jumped a little and laughed when the doors slammed shut behind us. Must have been a pretty fancy house in its day. But the hallway Tyler, Cassie, and I walked down was bare except for plastic skeletons and fake cobwebs. It had a sad, barren look to it, like whoever had set up the haunted house didn't have the budget to decorate it the way they deserved. Halloween-themed songs played from a speaker somewhere, and candles flickered in a couple jack-o'-lanterns, but that was about it. The three of us are pretty disappointed. We expected movie-quality effects, not cheap junk that we could have bought at the dollar store back in town. We'd almost reached the staircase at the far end of the hallway when a laughing woman with a rope around her neck fell from the ceiling. The rope brought her to a halt just above our heads, and we were all screamed. And up close, it was clear as day. We were looking at a mannequin dressed up like a witch, but that wasn't what startled me. See, I would have sworn that what I saw was Cassie, eyeless, bone-thin, like she'd been falling so long she starved to death. Tyler gave the mannequin a shove and chuckled as it swung on its rope. Cassie shushed him. Didn't seem right, disturbing the silence like that. The echoes were all distorted, like the hallway was somehow bigger than it looked. I put my foot on the first step of the staircase. Everything went black. Suddenly I was falling. Not down these steps, but different ones. Steps so steep I could feel the wind around me. I tumbled through the dark, and when I looked up, Cassie had caught me. There was no twisted stairs here, just the dim lobby of a cheap haunted house. I told the other two I'd race them to the second floor. We were panting by the time we got to the top. Even though it couldn't have taken that long, the theme up there was a classic monsters. A mummy that popped out from a broom closet, rubber bats bouncing from the ceiling, a mechanical zombie that sat up from its coffin. Nothing scary enough to even make us look twice, nothing like what had happened to me on the stairs. An arrow pointed in fake blood directions to a door on the left, and Tyler yanked the door open impatiently. We were bored already, eager to be done with this and worried about the car, but what we saw behind the door stopped us in our tracks. It was just an ordinary living room. No decorations, no cheesy themes, just a gramophone, some armchairs, a ticking wall clock in the shape of a cat with big eyes that swung from side to side. It was a near-perfect replica of how must have been people lived almost a century ago, except that it looked brand new. There was even a cigar burning in the ashtray, a half-finished glass of brandy, like whoever was living here would be back any minute. It felt obscene, like we were invading someone's privacy and trespassing somewhere we shouldn't. I was about to suggest that we turn back when the door slammed and locked behind us. I knew we had to cross that eerie room to leave it, but even so, it was hard to take that first step. The tiny pink flowers on the hideous wallpaper seemed to squirm like tiny fingers, and I had an awful feeling that we were being watched from the far corner of the room. Suddenly, the gramophone started playing by itself, but the noise coming out of it wasn't music. It was us. Tyler and Cassie and I screaming, arguing, shouting in terror about bruises and grabbing hands. We'd never spoken those words in our lives. The three of us looked at each other and all had the same thought: get out of here as quickly as possible. The gramophone kept getting louder and louder. I thought my ears would bleed before we got to the door on the other side of the room, but once we were through it, the noises stopped completely. And all the lights went out. We closed the door behind us and leaned against it, too scared to talk. Tyler started to say something about how maybe it was all part of the act, but the words died in his throat, especially after he looked around at where we were. It was a dim, dirty kitchen. If the room we'd left had been something out of the last century, this one was all 1970s. Dark wood cupboards, pea-green walls, puke-yellow linoleum. The only thing the two had in common was the inescapable, lingering feeling that we weren't supposed to be there, like something was leading us into its trap, hunting us. Once when I was a kid, the basketball I was playing with rolled under a neighbor's porch. I crawled in after it without thinking, and as I was feeling around in the dank, cobwebby dark, something growled behind me. I never found out what it was. A stray dog, a mountain lion, maybe. Maybe just a rabid raccoon, but I never felt that kind of fear again until I stepped into that nasty little kitchen. Like I'd gotten myself trapped in a cramped place with something hungry and horrible. There were no windows and only one door. We had no choice but to keep going deeper into the house, if that's what it was. There was something wrong about the air in here. It seemed to be moving, and it wasn't until we approached the dripping faucet that I realized what it was. The air was buzzing with thousands of tiny flies. Cassie clamped a hand over her mouth and leaned over the sink to see what they was coming from. And then she groaned and bolted for the door. Tyler followed her, slipping in a puddle of something rust-colored and sticky that was coming from the fridge, and I followed. Our footsteps had woken the place up somehow. There was a bang from inside of the cabinets, then another so hard that they shook, and I realized I absolutely could not handle seeing whatever was about to come out of there. We shoved each other through the door just in time and felt it slam when something crashed into it behind us. More came, hard enough to rattle the door on its hinges, but it held. We were in what looked like a children's nursery. Bright, wide, smiling zoo animals painted on the walls. Small bed topped with plain white sheets. A nightlight in the shape of a grinning plastic moon. It was dead silent, like the room was waiting for us, and then all at once 4 almost human shapes sat up beneath the covers. We froze, too scared to move. And something reached out from beneath the bed and tried to pull me under. I yelped in pain, kicked it off, and ran. Once the door was pressed shut behind us, I rolled up the cuff of my jeans and found a burn mark in the shape of a tiny hand with too many fingers. It was painfully cold to the touch. Cassie started yelling, demanding to be let out, shouting that we'd never agree to let anyone touch us, but she stopped mid-sentence. It was the same argument we'd heard in the gramophone when we first walked into this nightmare. The realization shook us into silence. We finally began to take in our surroundings. We were in another hallway, but this one didn't have an end. The ugly yellow wallpaper and old-fashioned doors, they went on forever in both directions. Just looking at it made me want to grab onto the floor, like at any minute the hallway would tilt and I'd slide down the carpet into the abyss. was still trying to get my head around it when the doorknob of the room we'd left began to turn. There was rustling on the other side, fingers feeling around the gaps in hinges. Tyler started pulling on one doorknob after another, but they were all locked. At the pace he was moving, we struggled to keep up with him. He started knocking instead, swearing that he could hear movement and voices on the other side of the doors. He yelled and pleaded, begging to be let in, and then when Cassie and I were too far away to help him, he got his wish. The door in front of Tyler swung open, and I saw the terror on his face for just a split second before he was sucked inside. The door shut and locked itself behind him, but Cassie and I weren't going to let that stop us. I kicked the door until my foot went through it, and then I howled in pain. There was nothing but a wall on the other side. It was like the house had swallowed Tyler up. Even worse, we had no idea where we were. The doors were all identical. None of us had thought to mark the point that we'd started from. Cassie just shut down, holding her head in her hands and muttering about how this couldn't be happening. I remember thinking that at this rate it wouldn't be long before the both of us went crazy. And maybe that was the point. And then I heard the hinges creak. By the time I spun around, the door was wide open. There was nothing but darkness on the other side. At least that's what I thought at first. Once I got closer, though, I saw the stairs, narrow, uneven, with a plunge into the blackness on either side and no guardrail. Did I ever mention that I'm scared of heights? I couldn't do it. I told Cassie I'd starve to death in the endless hallway before I'd make myself climb down there, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. Through a mix of pleading, insults, and holding my hand, she finally got me moving, even though I had to crawl backwards to do it. Those steep, jagged steps were made of something slick and cold as ice. A black wind blew around us as we crawled downwards. It felt like being on the edge of a mountain peak, even though I knew that was impossible. We were still indoors, weren't we? And maybe, on the other hand, we hadn't been in that cheap, haunted house for a long time. Just maybe we'd been swallowed by someplace else. Before long, the stairs were so tall and narrow, it was almost like being on a ladder above empty space. I was so tense I started shaking. I guess it's no surprise that I slipped. I slid downward, unable to grip the narrow steps, knowing that at any second I might fall into the nothingness on either side. Cassie caught me. It happened exactly as I'd envisioned it earlier that night, just like the yelling we'd heard on the gramophone. So what about the mannequin? The one that had looked like Cassie's, long dead, falling through empty space, clinging to almost vertical steps. I shouted my friend's name, and even though I knew that it was already too late, by grabbing me she'd unbalanced herself and gone over the edge. She probably didn't even have time to scream. Cassie had been so sure the stairs were our way out, but what if they had been a trap all along? After all, we'd opened the door to the darkness the house had. I climbed back up the stairs as quickly as I dared and found the hallway above exactly as I'd left it. Not exactly. There was an end to it on either side, and there were sounds. Cars driving by outside, the hum of a heating system, and the teenager who'd taken our tickets yelling about how I wasn't supposed to be back there, and how the haunted house was closed. Of course, I filed a police report. A lot of good that did. When I told them what happened, they decided my friends and I were junkies on a bad trip. Later, they kicked around the idea that we were in some kind of satanic cult, and that I'd killed them myself. In the end, I guess they just decided that the whole thing was too complicated and strange to bother with. Tyler's family moved away without a word to anyone. Cassie's dad drank himself to death before Christmas. The neighbors said that at night, he would scream out her name like he didn't know she was gone. I stayed where I was and did my best to forget about the whole thing. As you can see, it hasn't worked out. The sun had set while Frank had told me his story, and in the twilight gloom he looked almost like a ghost himself. I didn't know what to say. I mumbled something about how it was getting cold on the porch and headed for the screen door. "I'm not asking you to believe everything you hear," Frank smiled. "Just promise me that as long as you live under my roof, you'll stay away from haunted houses." I nodded, and Frank pulled himself up from his rocking chair to follow me inside for supper. That's when I noticed the scar in his ankle. A scar in the shape of a small, 6-fingered hand. Fall is finally here, and it's finally cooling down, which means it's time for you guys to get yourself a hot cup of tea. My wife happens to sell tea. Etsy.com/shop/Ivory Monocle Tea sells different teas that are inspired by nerdy-based things, as well as a bunch of new teas that are available for the Halloween season. My personal favorite, and the one that I drink whenever I'm recording, is Dark and Stormy Night. It has a little MrCreepyPasta symbol on it, and if you ask, you can get a little MrCreepyPasta dabbing sticker. Also, anytime that you order one of those, you actually get my autograph on a little card, so if you want that, hey, you can get that. And finally, I want to give a huge thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon. So I want to give a very special thank you to Jordan Humble, Diana Kraus, Disciple, Strategy Wolf Emoji, SullyMan, Brandon Mendoza, BrimstonePandemonium, Caltuna, William Wellington, Scruffy the Janitor, Brenna LaQueda Canizales, Smiley the Psychotic, Djenna, Dante Kinkade, SimbasBloodyMojo, Mephistopheles, CursepoxPrimarch, M, Jesus Cornejo, Yarghoul, VerbalHorror, Amber Clark, J. Kearns, Mike, himbojerry, CrusaderChocobo, Corbin Estabine, Seclude, Salty Surprise, Red Shadowcat, Turtleman, Cryolinian, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Dirt Diver 030, Voice of Sand, Psychomel, Melted Lake, Tali Sue, William King, Sashi Suzaku, Croconut 509, Stricken, Freddy Krueger, Hades Nephew, Acid System, Sky Harbor, Nico Kyle, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Polson, and Corey Kenshin. I really appreciate your support, and I cannot thank you enough. I wish you all the best. Sweet dreams.